packed house. I just love to see this. So it's wonderful to see you all, and good morning. Today is Tuesday, April 7th, and this is the regular board meeting of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. And I think we're all here and all happy because we got some rain, right? So it's wonderful, April, you know what they say, April showers. So we hope we get some more. So thank you for being with us here today. We have lots of very important proclamations and very important business to conduct on behalf of Coconino County. Our first order of business is our roll call, and I am the chair of the board, Patrice Horseman, and I am also the supervisor for District Number 1. District Number 2.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair.
District Number 3.
Good morning, Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
And District 4.
Yat Benneth, welcome here today. Judy B. Gay, District 4 supervisor, almost at 5.
She takes them all. All right, District Number 5. All right, well, thank you all for being here. Our next order of business is to honor our country. Those who can, please stand to say the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, and our next is something called the call to the public. And this is the time where you, members of the public, or those that may be listening online, have an opportunity to address questions, concerns, etc., comments to the Board of Supervisors. Because these matters are not on the agenda, we cannot respond, but we can refer them to administration, or we can put them on a further board meeting for further discussion and action if so appropriate. We do ask that you, these are comments that are, or questions that are not on the agenda. We ask that you keep your comments to approximately 3 minutes. And obviously this is a public meeting, so we ask that you be courteous in how you present your comments or questions. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our very knowledgeable and very trusty clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to tell you how you can join us here on Call to the Public. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if you'd like to make a comment, we do have comment cards by the door on the table, but we've already talked to someone that would like to provide a comment that has filled out a form. So again, if you're in the room and you'd like to provide a comment, you can fill out the form and hand it to me, or we'll do a call after we go through the ones that have filled a form out for anyone to come up to the podium that would like to speak. And if you're watching on our YouTube stream, you can email your comment to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. So we'll go ahead and call up Jonathan Trustman, and we'll provide 3 minutes on the clock. If you can please state your name for our minutes, we would appreciate that.
And Jonathan, Mike, you need to push it on so everybody hears you.
Hello. My name is Jonathan Trustman. I'm here today on behalf of Concerned Neighbors and Parks. We have a part-time resident in our community who is proposing to use his property as a social service retreat. As part of this retreat, he plans to add a pond to the property. While this may sound wholesome on face value, his treatment of the local community and the environment is anything but. Parks is a microcosm of the growing water shortage in Arizona and the Southwest. We have experienced several seasons of drought conditions, and unfortunately, this is forecast to continue into the future. Over the past few years, our local watering stations have been temporarily shut down due to decreased water outflows. Also, families fortunate enough to have wells have seen decreased or even stopped production. In 2024, this property owner attempted to start digging a pond estimated to use in excess of 2 million gallons. He started this over the July 4th weekend, hoping to avoid any scrutiny. He initiated this undertaking without any permits, a complete lack of planning, and no environmental studies or any discussion with community members. When concerned neighbors asked what he was building, he stated this would be a soccer field. When it became evident that the citizens knew he was building a pond, he shifted gears and stated that he would use only hauled or reclaimed water. While his scaled down plans were eventually approved by the county building department, this was for a 0.23 acre pond. He has now dug it out closer to an acre as it currently sits. Then, just recently, without any of the necessary inspections, he tossed a hose pumping well water, our community drinking water, and then drove back to Phoenix. This flowed all weekend, unattended, and due to evaporation, barely made a dent in filling his pond. I state these facts not as a personal attack on this individual, but rather to demonstrate that this man continues to act recklessly and in bad faith, both as it pertains to his interactions with the community of Parks, but also you, the county authorities. I ask you, the Board of Supervisors, to please review this case. While my neighbors and I understand, with great pain I might add, that Parks is not a water active management zone, we contend that there are unresolved permitting and zoning violations that must be examined. His past actions indicate that this person is acting in bad faith with the county, and furthermore, his project is not aligned with the Parks Area Plan document that was drafted and adopted by this very board. Due to significant impact, we ask that this be added to the future agenda. The people of Parks deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments and thank you for being here with us this morning. I understand this has been turned over to Community Development for review. Any other call to the public?
We do not have any more comment cards, so if there's anyone here that did not fill out a comment card that would like to comment, you can make your way up to the podium now, and we'll provide 3 minutes on the clock for you to speak. And it looks like, Chair Horseman, we do not have any comments in the inbox, and there isn't anyone here that has indicated they'd like to speak.
Anyone online?
And nobody online as well.
Right. Then we're moving forward. We have some great proclamations this morning. Our first one is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating May 2026 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And with that, it looks like I'm going to turn this over to our HR director. Thank you for being with us this morning, and please introduce the folks that are with you.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. We're so honored to have Ivy Hung and Kainoa Pe'a with us. They both work in the county, Ivy at the assessor's office and Kainoa at Health and Human Services. And we're honored to have them here to read our proclamation today.
Thank you for being with us this morning.
Whereas the month of May is nationally recognized as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, a time to honor and celebrate the rich histories, diverse cultures, and significant achievements of individuals of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander descent. And whereas recognizing AA and HPI Heritage Month provides an opportunity to promote greater understanding and appreciation of the cultures and experience that make up our community. And whereas AA and HPI communities have played a vital role in the shaping of the cultural, economic, educational, and civic fabric of the United States, and continue to make meaningful contributions across all sectors of society.
And whereas in Coconino County, AA and HPI residents, students, professionals, and community members enrich our communities through their traditions, languages, arts, and leadership. And whereas it is important to foster an environment of respect and unity for all people and to celebrate the contributions that strengthen our shared future. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaim the month of May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders Heritage Month in Coconino County, and encourages all residents to participate in activities and programs that celebrate the heritage and culture of AANHPI communities. Mahalo.
Thank you very much for reading that. And I know there's going to be some great events to tell us about. But before we go there, I'm going to ask for a motion from my board. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Supervisor Vasquez proclaiming, designating May 2026 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And I have a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So let us know about the events, and then I'm sure there'll be some comments from board members.
Wabula Yadra Vinaka. That means good morning, like hello and good morning in Fijian. I hope my Fijian family would be proud that I got that out of my mouth without stumbling. So just want to talk about our program. I wanted to say thank you to Matt Hutchison, who is here. He is a human resources business partner, and he has taken ownership of this month and put all the programming together. We'll be getting a flyer out globally in the upcoming weeks, but we will be having videos on Wednesday, May 6th, talking about being Asian in America. May 12th, the history of Japanese immigration into the Portland and Hood River communities in Oregon. We're very excited to have Tim Carter giving a live presentation on Wednesday, May 20th about his experience working in emergency management after the Lahaina wildfire disaster. And then the next day we'll be hosting a video on the topic. And then Thursday, May 28th, we'll be talking about historic Filipino town and also Indonesia and Sri Lanka. So we look forward to all of you attending our lunch and learns. They'll be between 12 and 1, and they'll be on Zoom.
Thank you so much. And as always, we are a very diverse country and a very, very diverse county. And it is certainly this diversity that makes us strong. It makes us interesting. So really appreciate the upcoming events. So with that, I'm going to turn this to my colleagues. If there are comments my colleagues would like to make. Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. Really excited that this month is going to be celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. It's really important that we recognize the contributions in Coconino County, and sometimes they get overlooked, but there are several contributions, whether you look at the old railroad and lumber eras when the communities were first starting, and then you look at the small businesses and families that contributed to Route 66 to make it into that iconic roadway here in Flagstaff. And so it's really important that we recognize and celebrate all our different communities, and it's good to have a month as Asian American and Pacific Islander month. And so thank you.
Yes, thank you. It is very important to remember people of this land. We're still here. Native Hawaiians, Native Japanese, indigenous people of the world. You know, there's always a discovery of a land, but the land there's always been people there, and just really important to recognize that. And that we have a very really, really sad history that we've had endured. You know, in 1940s, we had a Japanese internment camp at Loop Boarding School, and it was there for almost a year. Approximately 80 prisoners with 150 guards. And, you know, that's where we're still, at times today, really sad to see that's where we're headed again. Because of someone's language, the color, or the way that the way they look. That just is why people can be abused can be charged with whatever that can be made up. And we have to be really careful. We have to think about each other as people. And we need to, these recognitions for that reason, it's just really important to value people. And don't erase the history. Don't erase people's images. Just uplift each other and acknowledge what has happened in the past and move on in a positive light. We all should value each other and take care of each other. So that I just think that this is such an important proclamation, just to recognize the economic contribution, just have them being here, but at the presence of many different kinds of people, which Coconino County, our value is, and where we live, we always say vast, diverse landscape, vast, diverse people. We always recognize that, and let's make sure what we do and we think about that every single day, and we always take care of each other. We only have one earth, we only have one life, and let's value each other. Thank you.
Any other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for reading the proclamation. It's very important that we address, all Heritage Months, proclamations that are coming to us, and each and every more meeting that we have, we try to put in, that all the proclamations to acknowledge everyone here within Coconino County, and and we are all here to really appreciate each other's diverse cultures, and we should be very respectful, and we are, and acknowledge all the tradition, the languages, and just anything that has to do within Coconino County. Even if we have a lot of leadership roles that people play with this Heritage Month activities that are going to be done also. So I just want to say again, that we are all the same people. It's just the color that we have, I always say we have two eyes, two ears, a mouth and nose, it's just, and I just would say that, being respectful and, just helping one another, being there for one another. I think that's the key to everything, and just being there and being polite and respectful. And that's all that's going to take us further. And I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this proclamation.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here this morning. Thank you for organizing this. Also, thank you for the month of events that you have planned out, and thank you for coming and reading this proclamation this morning. This is a beautifully written proclamation, and I am very, very proud to join in on it.
Thank you. And thank you, HR, for reminding us of our diversity and of the wonderful folks we have working here as part of our Coconino County family, and learning a little bit about members of our family. So thank you. Really appreciate that.
Vinaka. Thank you.
All right. But we're moving on. And oh, by the way, we are going to have photos, but what we'll do is we have 3 proclamations. So we ask if you can please wait. And then after the last proclamation, we'll go to the other side here and take pictures with the readers and with the official proclamations. So please, if you can wait just a few minutes, that'd be great. So we're moving ahead. Our next proclamation is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating May 2026 as Military Appreciation Month in Coconino County, and acknowledge the 14th annual Lance Davidson Memorial High Country Stand Down to be observed on May 15th, 2026, and is no surprise to those of us here in Coconino County. The Northern Arizona Veteran Stand Down Community Liaison, John Davison, is with us here to read the proclamation and hopefully give us a little update on what's going to be going on the stand down. So as always, thank you, John, for being here. It's great to see you.
Yes. Well, good morning. It's always a joy to see our longtime friends. We've been in this community a long time, and we always appreciate the support that Coconino County provides. On behalf of our host organization, the Military Order of the Purple Heart Daily Creek Chapter 793 in Flagstaff, and our commander, Roger Ely, and our adjutant, William F. Weldon, I'd like to read this proclamation. Designating May 26th as Military Appreciation Month in Coconino County and acknowledge the 14th Annual Lance Davidson Memorial High Country Stand Down observed on Friday, May 15th, 2026. Whereas May is National Military Appreciation Month, and whereas 365 days a year, 7 days a week, and 24 hours a day, members of the United States military are all on call around the world defending the interest and security of the nation. And whereas we honor and pay tribute to current and former members of the U.S. Armed Forces and to those who have sacrificed so much for our freedom, including those who have died in the pursuit of freedom. And whereas we want to express our gratitude to members of the U.S. military and their families for all they do every day and observe the month as a symbol of unity. And whereas the 14th Annual Lance Davidson Memorial High Country Stand Down will be observed on Friday, May 15, 2026 at the Arizona State Veteran Home in Flagstaff, Arizona. And whereas Coconino County has supported this endeavor and community projects since its founding in 2012 and is sincerely concerned for the general welfare and overall well-being of all veterans and their families. And whereas the High Country Stand Down provides information, assistance, and outreach regarding essential community services which are available for all veterans throughout Northern Arizona. And whereas Coconino County also provides Veterans Court to help veterans resolve their legal obligations and be in good standing within the community. Now therefore be it resolved, we do hereby proclaim the month of May 26th as Military Appreciation Month in Coconino County and acknowledge the efforts of the High Country Stand Down and call upon all citizens to respectfully honor those who have served their country. Signed and sealed this day, April 7th of 2026, Coconino County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you so much for reading that. And I know you're probably going to give us anything you'd like about the stand down coming up, or?
Yes. So at this time, I'd like to call forward Jenny Garcia and my wife, Charlotte Davison. And we want to, well, I'll just let Jenny. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Horseman, and members of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. My name is Jenny Garcia. I'm a former county employee of 30 years, better known as the Tooth Fairy, and the 2022 Flagstaff Female Citizen of the Year. This year, I nominated the Lance Davidson Memorial High Country Veteran Stand Down as Organization of the Year. I'm happy to announce they were chosen as the Citizen of the Year from the Arizona Daily Sun, and they have a plaque.
So we have used the High Country Stand Down as a template to start 4 more stand downs in Northern Arizona. And people ask me, John, why do you do so many stand downs? I said, because it's 300 miles round trip plus for veterans to travel to these events. So we try to take it to them. This month, we'll be having the Page Regional Veteran Stand Down, our 2nd annual up in Page on Friday, April 24th. And so Coconino County is going to be there. And so we're looking forward to that event. And then last month, we did our 5th annual stand down in Verde Valley, which was a great success. So because we picked up Page and we're doing 3 months in a row, we moved the Twin Arrows stand down, which was in June, to October. And then we have our Williams stand down in September. So you folks are always involved in that, and we really, really appreciate it. And don't be a stranger. Come and visit with us. I do want to mention one more thing real quickly. Billy Weldon will be having a dedication on Friday at Marshall School to dedicate a bronze bust that was created by Neil Logan. And it's going to be a big turnout. So you're welcome to attend. It begins at 8:30 at Marshall School, Elementary School. So please join us.
All right.
Again, thank you for all you do.
Thank you. And I
Thank
know
you.
there'll be some comments from the board, but before we get there, I'd like to take a motion.
Madam
Oh,
Chair, I
okay.
make a motion designating May 26th as Military Appreciation Month in Coconino County and acknowledge the 14th Annual Lance Davison Memorial High Country Stand Down observed on Friday, May 15th, 2026.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. And always great to see you. And we know right now our military, active members of our military currently in harm's way, and we want to extend our prayers and best wishes to those individuals. And again, thank you. Thank you for all you do for our veterans, the men and women who honor service, country, and our democracy. We owe them our gratitude. We are in great debt. And it's so wonderful to see that what you have done for our veterans here in Northern Arizona. So thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to turn that to my colleague, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming and being with us this morning, reading this proclamation. And I just want to go back to the fourth paragraph of this proclamation where it says, whereas we want to express our gratitude to members of the U.S. military and their families. Thank you, because I realize that you guys have sacrificed as well. And I just want to honor your son and your family this morning. I will also say that it has been a great honor for me to attend several of these stand downs, the one in Flagstaff and the one in Williams. And there truly are not words to express my appreciation, my thankfulness for what you guys do. You are truly inspirational.
Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for reading the proclamation and giving information, and congratulations to the Citizen of the Year Award. I think it speaks for itself, and I've attended several stand downs since becoming a board supervisor, and I really enjoy going there. And you get to talk to the veterans themselves that are there, and then you see some of the families that have lost theirs, and they're still coming around, and talking and just mingling with one another. And and then they get haircuts and stuff like that. They get packages of certain items, that they would really need and stuff like that. So I think that's a big support to them. And so I just want to say thank you for all the services and that you're providing. I think it's very important that they fought for our freedom, and, we're here, to do whatever we want, whenever we want, get up, go to sleep when we want, things like that, and eat, things, just everything that we're doing. It was because of them that have fought, and some of them didn't make it back. And I just want to say that, I just want to thank them for allowing their kids to serve in the country. And it's good, that we all support one another. Yes, and we will be, and we like, all these proclamations coming to us as a board. And then so I just want to say that I think one of the areas that I keep thinking about a lot is that we have a lot of Navajos and other indigenous people that live up in the north that have to go all the way to Prescott for services. I think we really need to look at other services where they don't have to go, services meaning to the clinics. And, you know, a lot of times they have to stay overnight. And so it's kind of like we need to step up and do something to help them, maybe bring the providers up into Flagstaff. Even that's going to help, you know, things like that. So because we do cherish our service people. So I did lose a brother in the armed services, and I appreciate that. And he was we looked up to him, we very looked up to him, and and I still do as the oldest of the siblings. So thank you so much, you know, for all the things that you guys do out there for the community. And every time you wake up, I'm thinking that, you know, you think about what you want to do for the veterans. And that's, you know, that's something that's really appreciated. So I just want to say thank you again.
For comments, members of the board?
Yes, first off, thank you for bringing this proclamation, and thank you for all your hard work for our veterans to provide services. These stand downs are really important. They connect folks to services that they might not otherwise have access to. And so thank you for all your hard work and for growing the program over the last 14 years as you've pushed in more and more stand downs throughout Northern Arizona. And congratulations for the Citizen of the Year Award, for Organization of the Year Award. That's really important, and it's just a testament to all the hard work that's been put in by you and all the partners that make the stand downs what they are. So thank you, and thank you for all the veterans who have put their life on the line and come back and try to integrate into society and be productive members of society once they leave the armed forces. And so, and then also just same prayers for those that are active duty right now, and hope everything goes well. Thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the proclamation, and thank you for always recognizing and planning and organizing events and other events for veterans throughout Coconino County. These stand downs are so important. I remember Mandy Metzger, former supervisor Mandy Metzger, working on this. In 2013, I believe, was our first stand down here in Coconino County. Prior to that, we didn't have a stand down, and just and having all the veterans organization come together and holding that first event was just amazing. Then in 2014, I think it was, trying to remember, the Coconino County became the first county in Arizona to be the Purple Heart County. And Mandy really worked on that as well. So I just want to recognize your efforts and her efforts, and just really bringing recognition to and services to our veterans in our county, throughout the county. Didn't matter where the jurisdictions were, it just was that the veterans are veterans. It didn't matter what branch they worked in, or they served. And so I really appreciate this proclamation, and just the amount of services and all the organizations that do come out to, since the first event. Now the organizations that actually volunteer has really grown tremendously. And the court, I hear veterans saying, I'm going to go to the stand down to settle my court issue. I need to go there to learn about this or that. You know, it's just so important what you do. So I just want to thank you. Every day I'm sure everybody does, you know, pray for veterans that are on duty, that can't say no to wherever they're being sent to. They come back and they're emotionally, physically, mentally, a lot of times they're damaged. And the families here, I want to recognize their families as well. They carry the burden of taking care of them, and then the services that come in to take care of them. So thank you for all that you do and all the volunteers that get involved, and just expanding the services, this stand down that was started. and really expanding that. So thank you.
If I may, I just wanted to conclude that Coconino County provided the foundation for all these stand-downs and continues to support us, and we really appreciate it. I did want to state that I received a very nice acknowledgement letter from Patrice and the board regarding the organization of the year, and it was very warming, and we really appreciate that. So thank you, and we'll see you at the stand-downs.
You will. You absolutely will. Thank you so much for your service. All right. And so we are changing our focus a bit. We're going out of this world a bit. And our last proclamation is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 13th through the 20th, 2026 as International Dark Sky Week. And of course, you know, we were really all in a front row seat to watch Artemis's most recent travel to the moon. Some of us remember when we went there the first time many, many years ago. I was a young child, but was there and absolutely glued to the TV as I was this time, as much as I could be. So, and we in Coconino County and in Flagstaff understand the importance of the wonders of the universe and being able to maintain them through our dark skies. So this is an important proclamation for us here in Coconino County. And with that, we have two very important people. We have Dr. Danielle Adams and the Flagstaff Dark Skies Coalition President, Kristen Lingenbuhl, and I'm mispronouncing that, and I apologize, who are going to read the proclamation. And please tell me how to pronounce your last name, Kristen. So please join us and let's read this proclamation.
Chair Horstman and members of the Board of Supervisors of Coconino County, it's a pleasure to be here with you. So I'm Dr. Danielle Adams, Executive Director for the Flagstaff Dark Skies Coalition. This is Christian Lugenbuhl.
Lugenbuhl. I apologize. I do that every time, and I'll do it again, I promise.
And as you said, he is the president of the board for the Flagstaff Dark Skies Coalition. We also have another board member, Fred Verba, in the audience here with us. So I will read the proclamation, and then Chris has some words. Proclamation designating April 13th to 20th, 2026 as International Dark Sky Week. Whereas the splendor of a night sky filled with thousands of stars has for millennia inspired and connected humanity with a shared sense of awe and wonder. And whereas in 1958, the county seat of Flagstaff created the world's first nighttime lighting ordinance prohibiting searchlights within the city limits. And whereas in 1989, Coconino County approved the world's first outdoor lighting code that, and here there's a little bit of a typo, that required the widespread use of night-friendly amber lighting and limited the amount of light that could be used per acre. And whereas on October 24th, 2026, the city of Flagstaff will celebrate the 25th anniversary of its designation as the world's first international dark sky city. And whereas Coconino County has become a hub of international dark sky places, including Flagstaff, Sedona, Grand Canyon National Park, Wupatki National Monument, Sunset Crater Volcano National Monument, and Walnut Canyon National Monument. And whereas today, both the city of Flagstaff and Coconino County stand out as success stories and models for other communities around the world in stemming light pollution and restoring dark skies. And whereas the Flagstaff Dark Skies Coalition continues to serve as a community voice, educating and impacting government, businesses, cities, neighborhoods, and individuals about how they can maintain visibility of the awe-inspiring Milky Way above our homes. And whereas Coconino County owes its demonstrated success in preserving its dark skies to the broad support of its residents who cherish and celebrate the sight of the Milky Way in a star-filled sky. And whereas International Dark Sky Week has been observed worldwide since 2003, drawing attention to the beauty, wonder, and inspiration that dark and star-filled skies bring to all. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim April 13th to 20th, 2026 as International Dark Sky Week in Coconino County. And we encourage all county staff and community members to join the county in celebrating our glorious dark skies here in northern Arizona.
Thank you very much for that proclamation. And Christian?
Thank you, Chairman Horstman and members of the board. This is a long story, a big story, much bigger than just a week. This is a history of more than 50 years, as Danielle touched on in the proclamation attestations. But it's about more than the nuts and bolts of running a county. You have to do things every day or every week of budgets and schedules and employment, the nuts and bolts of operating our county. These proclamations are more than decorations. They are expressions of our community ethos and values. And this is more than, even though we may talk about Samoan or Hawaiian for a particular month or dark skies for a particular week. These are pervasive values that persist throughout our year. They underlie all of the work that you do. They are much more important than they may seem at the beginning from the outside. And we appreciate very much the sustained support the county board has given to this particular value, the recognition of the values of night skies, that they are valuable for our astronomical industry, but also for all of us. And if you cannot attend the many events that we have, and we may touch on a few of those shortly during International Dark Sky Week, we hope that you have the opportunity to pause before you go into your house some night and look up at the skies that we have been able to preserve and prove to the world that you can have a vibrant, developed community of 80 or 90,000 people and still see an inspiring night sky overhead. We have proven that these are not in conflict with each other. And even though to us that seems obvious, the rest of the world has not learned that lesson yet. And we really do hope that with your leadership and sustained leadership that we can make this point to the rest of the world and start to turn around the pervasive degradation of our night skies and restore star-filled skies around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the proclamation and for those wonderful words, and amen to everything you've said. So I know there's a lot of activities. Do you want to let us know about those activities, and we'll take a motion here?
Sure, I'll highlight just a few of them. We begin with pre-events this week. Thursday, we're with the Flagstaff Mountain Film Festival at Coconino Center for the Arts for a night with Craig Childs, who just came out with a book called The Wild Dark. And on April 19th, we will have, I think, the first public stargazing event at Fort Tuthill County Park. So thank you very much to staff that has been part of the planning for that event. And then another highlight is the night before, April 18th, will be Starlight in the Square. We'll gather in Heritage Square, right in the middle of a city of 75,000 people, and look up at the night sky. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. And with that, I'm going to entertain a motion, then we'll have comments. Do I have a motion to approve a proclamation designating April 13th to the 20th as International Dark Sky Week? I have a motion by Supervisor Begay and a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Of course, it's unanimous. And with that, do I have comments from members of my colleagues? Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be seeing you for some of these events. I enjoyed the one I participated in last year. And honestly, Christian, the words that you said, I can't add any more to what you said except to just echo Chair Horseman's comments of, I believe it was amen to what you had said. Yeah.
As many of them as I can get to. And, you know, when you consider that 80% of this country cannot see the Milky Way, and us living here in Flagstaff or northern Arizona can go out of our homes, look up at the night sky, and as long as it's not cloud filled, we can see the Milky Way. That is awesome. And when you can have a stargazing party in downtown of a city the size of Flagstaff, I mean, that's pretty miraculous and marvelous, and something, you're right, it is a value that we not only aspire to, it's a value that we must preserve and protect. And I think, you know, this board is committed to doing exactly that. So thank you. Other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. We have at dawn to the east, and then we have and the sun rises and brightens the whole earth, and plants and all the animals and people wake up, and the sun sets in the west. And the north brings the change in seasons, and it sets in the south. When the sun sets and the stars are present itself to our eyes, that and to be able to shine light on us, that's when a lot of the prayers can be done. It's when we always ask, where's this set of stars? Where are they? And that tells us, really regulates where we are in our life, regulates where we are in the change of season and what we should be doing next. And so dark skies, it really is important. You know, we have the Navajo Bridge Party, Navajo Bridge Star Party we're going to be doing this year. And it brings together a lot of partners, and we can't do it alone. And the education about dark sky today, away from iPhones and others, it is so important to bring to light, to say that these are not just stars out there. They're just not something out there that you look at and you marvel at. These are actually blessings that come to being. And so when we think about dark skies, and when our community education, when we're out there educating community, I think they need to just, that's what we're always thinking about, and that's what you deliver. And really, I enjoy working with you on a lot of these events that we do. So I just want to thank the Loeb Observatory, really worked with Jeff Hall, really help us start with the Navajo Bridge Party. So I just, Navajo, can't remember what we call it, but it's going to be in October. But I just want to just think about how the, you know, it's not, we can't segment things. We can't separate. That's so, in the modern world, that's what happens. Is you like, we departmentalize everything, but the earth, the beings, and the sky, the universe, it's all one. So just want to add that. Thanks.
And Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for bringing this proclamation. It's so important to our local economy to have the dark skies. As was mentioned in the proclamation, this area was one of the first and one of the leaders in dark skies. And so it's really exciting to continue to highlight that and share the best practices from here locally to expand out globally. And so just congratulations on all your hard work, and look forward to celebrating dark skies in our community. Thank you.
All right, I believe we've had a motion and we are going to take, oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Begay, I apologize.
Thank you for bringing proclamation to us as a board, and certainly, we're role models, and taking the step forward and making sure that we're preserving our dark skies, and it means a lot, to really work at things like this to make it happen. And I just want to thank everybody that has been involved, and, all the activities that you're going to do, it's well worth it. So I just want to say thank you for the board, for being here today, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you. And with that, we've gone through the wonderful 3 proclamations that do in fact represent our values as a county. And we're going to have some photos. So please join us on the other side of the wall here and let's get some photos. All right, guys, let's get ourselves ready again to get going. And Eric, can you find Supervisor Fowler? Okay. Huh? That's what you need to do. She's upstairs within. Okay, then. All right. She's upstairs. Well, we're moving along, and the proclamations and that's exactly right. That what was said earlier by Chris is that they do in fact represent the values of Coconino County, and they are important for us to honor and to remind all of us about the importance of many of the proclamations and events and people and activities. So really appreciate that, and we're moving on to business. And that is the consent agenda. And members of the board, the consent agenda is, and members of the community, are more administrative or ministerial in nature. They can be handled through one motion and one vote. They are not called out for individual discussion or comments. However, we, the board, have the authority to go ahead and withdraw them for individual discussion and comments, in which case they will then have an individual motion and a vote. And so at this time, I'm going to ask members of my board if they would like to remove some items that are currently on the consent agenda. I would like to remove items 6, 7, 9, and 22. Any others, members of the board? Six, 7, 9, and 22. Any others? And number 11? Any others? Otherwise, I will entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda as more fully set forth in our agenda, except for item 6, 7, 9, 11, and 22. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion.
Second.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The consent agenda is unanimously passed. Let's move to 6. Consideration and possible action to approve a funding agreement with the Literacy Center to provide $1,600 from community initiative funds, $500 from District 1, $500 from 2, $300 from District 3, and $300 from District 4 to support community literacy outreach by providing free books and literacy resources to families through literacy fairs and community partnership. And I think we have Kim Kabadi here with us from the Family Literacy Center. Is that, there she is. Hi, Kim. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you being here. And before we take a motion on this, maybe you can just explain some of what you're going to do with this community initiative fund.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. Good morning. My name is Kim Katibi. I'm the Executive Director for the Literacy Center. I feel very honored to have this position. It was started around over 30 years ago by a group of volunteers that saw a need for literacy support for adults in our community. Fast forward 30 years later, we have ESL classes, GED classes, citizenship classes. We have a Raising Readers program in the schools with FUSC. We do one-on-one tutoring. We have a very small staff. I'm the only full-time person, 2 part-time people, and then over 200 volunteers carry out the mission for the Literacy Center. So it's an amazing organization. We host literacy fairs throughout Coconino County. We have classes and tutoring happening throughout the county. I partner with a lot of the schools to hand out materials to parents and books. We run ESL classes in the schools. We're really excited this year. We started an ESL class at Killip Elementary, and it's a group of moms. It just happened to happen that way. So we have anywhere from 9 to 12 moms that come to that class in the evening, and we know that if you improve the literacy of a mom in the family, then it greatly increases the economic outcomes, education outcomes for families here in the community. So we really appreciate your support of Literacy Center. We're getting ready to have our 29th annual Adult Spelling Bee Bash. I welcome all of you to come. It's on the 18th of April. Well loved by our community to raise that awareness around literacy and support all the benefits that this community gives to help increase the economic educational outcomes for the people we serve.
Thank you for your service. And you're right, we do understand the importance of literacy and the great work you do in our community. And we're honored as board members to be able to support you in these efforts. So with that, members of the board, do I have a motion for the funding? We have a motion.
Second.
Supervisor Vasquez, do I have a second? I have a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you at some of the events. All right, number 7 is consideration of possible action to approve a funding agreement with Flagstaff Shelter Services, Inc. to provide a total of $5,750 in community initiative funding. District 1, 2,500, District 2, 1,000, District 3, 500, District 4, 750, and District 5, 1,000 to assist in their 20th, that's unbelievable, 20th anniversary celebration. And I think Ross Schaefer was going to join us, but I'm not there. I didn't see you back there. I'm looking up in the window and I couldn't see you. Thank you for joining us, Ross.
Absolutely.
So, and we are so honored to have you here and for all the great service you do for us here in Flagstaff and throughout Coconino County. So give us a little idea of your 20th anniversary celebration.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Board of Supervisors. Again, my name is Ross Schaefer. I am the Executive Director with Flagstaff Shelter Services. I've been with the organization for about 12 years now. And I'm really excited to tell you about what 20 years of service to this community, to Coconino County, has been. Our organization is in our 20th year today. And through 2026. And we're so excited to say that over 20 years, we've served about 13,000 unique members of this community. I don't love that number because I know what it means, but I'm also incredibly honored to be able to reflect upon what this organization has been able to do for Northern Arizona over the last 20 years by the numbers. Our impact is felt far and wide. We are the largest emergency shelter in Northern Arizona and the only emergency shelter in Coconino County. We have, back in 2006, we started our organization seasonally, serving about 40 people for 6 months out of the year, those coldest months. And in 2014, our organization moved to year-round, where we were serving close to 77 people a year, or a night, each night at the Huntington location. And in 2019, we added a second story to our building, which doubled our capacity. 2022, we bought a hotel that we converted to be able to serve 58 families experiencing homelessness each night. And in, as you know, 2025, we opened the Lantern, fully operational, serving 104 people each night. Our organization has been able to serve as many people, low barrier, regardless of your faith, sobriety, or mental health. You can come in and get access to emergency shelter each and every night, no matter what. And so this year, 20 years of impact means that we're gonna throw down. We're gonna celebrate at Warner's Nursery. We have lots of storytelling happening, impact videos that have been made over the years, really to be able to honor the work that's been able to be achieved by our organization and partners like the county and so many others. So this support will go to helping make that event a true success, and I'm so grateful. It is much more than a fundraiser. It is a night of really trying to get at what Flagstaff Shelter Services has been able to accomplish over the last 20 years.
Fabulous. Look forward to being there and look forward to celebrating under the dark skies of Flagstaff.
That's right. That's right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. With that, members of the board, do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you for being with us, Ross. We know how busy you are. Really appreciate you being here. So we're moving along. Number 9. This is consideration of possible action to appoint Melissa Shaw. Yes, the Melissa Shaw from District 1, that is my district, to the Board of Adjustments to expire on April 7th, 2030. Melissa was going to be with us today, but can't. I pulled it because I wanted to specifically thank her for her service, not only for Coconino County, but now that she's retired, she's still serving her community in Coconino County. So I just wanted to call out and thank her for her service, and we all appreciate those that volunteer and step up on our boards and commissions. So Melissa, you can't be with us. Hopefully you're going to hear our thank you for this. And with that, I would entertain a motion to appoint Melissa Shaw from District 1 to the Board of Adjustments.
All right. So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. So we're moving on. This was pulled by Supervisor Fowler. Consideration and possible action to approve and accept the license agreement between Coconino County and Coconino County Superior Court to place a remote court pod in Tuba City. Supervisor Fowler, I'm going to turn this to you.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And we have Sharon here from the courts. I am just really excited about this project. It's finally happening. We've been working on it for some time, and I'm just very happy to see just so much is happening with the courts. So many of the various ways of outreach and bringing service right to the heart of communities, and this is one of them. So I thought I'd give Sharon an opportunity to share more information about this wonderful project that if we approve it, will happen.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board, Supervisor Fowler. I'm Sharon Yates. I'm the court administrator with the Superior Court here in Coconino County. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to provide some additional information on this amazing program project we refer to as the Justice Pod. This is a collaborative partnership with our Health and Human Services Department. Without their help and support, it wouldn't happen. So I have Michelle Axland here today from HHS, the director, to provide some additional information on the research and data that went into this project. And they also have Shay Sims from our office to provide some additional information regarding the program itself.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Michelle. It's just amazing. I remember you calling me and saying, it's happening.
It is, and this is an exciting time, bringing some much needed resources, and a big shout out for the partnership that the courts are doing with us and finding it. But it really was the data that our EPIs found. The 2 staff members are here, Laura and Melissa, today. They were looking at the court data and found that over 900 people in 2023 were from Cameron, Tonalea, and Tuba City had court hearings that were not in their area. And looking at that from that social lens, they were able to identify a grant that said, let's quit taking transportation as a barrier and let's bring the services to them. We're really appreciative of the Superior Court for allowing us to write for the grant and for the partnership, and we are going to make a huge difference in that community. So very proud to be a part of it.
Good morning. Supervisor Fowler, thank you. Chair Horseman, thank you so much for allowing us to be here today. Again, I cannot thank HHS enough for everything they've done. They've done all the groundwork and footwork to get us the information that we need so that we as the courts in Coconino County can provide access to everyone. This is an initiative through our courts and also our Chief Justice Timmer, expanding and promoting access to justice, which is important. And excuse me if I get emotional because living and growing up here and being a part of this community and now 19 years with the county, I don't know how to say, just it's amazing that we can come together and promote and provide access to people who absolutely need it in our community. For everyone, whether it's veterans or anybody. So I just appreciate that. This pod, we're going to be placing it at hopefully the Tuba City Library. It'll be just the they call it a court pod. We had an opportunity either between what they called it, a jail pod, which I did not like from the beginning. It was very sterile, and I felt like I was at the doctor or I was going to prison. One of the two. I did not like that. So we had the other option to provide a court pod, which is a more appealing, more incorporating to what we're trying to evolve here, which is that we're not to provide the public trust and confidence, that we're not always punitive. Unfortunately, we do have to, do certain things due to policy and procedures, but we want to make this more inviting. So we're pretty excited that the individuals can access court through Zoom. And hopefully we're going to start this through, I believe, our justice courts, I think, is where we're going to start, considering the fact that Flagstaff Justice Court, I think, is the 6th busiest justice court in Arizona. So we're excited to start with all of our justice courts and hopefully expand to our superior courts to allow individuals to come, attend a court hearing, resolve that, so that way we can reduce our numbers. I did not realize it was 900. That's crazy, but we're hoping to resolve that. So it should be ADA compliant. And I wanted some other features, but Melissa reminded me this is a court pod, not a car. So I could not get heated steering wheel seats and an espresso maker. So I was denied that real quickly. So thank you so much.
I can just add, so this is an Access to Justice grant we received through the Arizona Supreme Court. It's one of 2 pods. We did request 2 different pods in 2 different areas. So we're gonna, if this is approved, we'll move forward with implementing the pod at the Tuba City Library, and then we'll be continuing our look to see where to place the other pod when that research is done. And we want to see how this rolls out. And when we do have a grand opening or ribbon cutting ceremony, we'll make sure everyone's invited to join us.
Very exciting. Supervisor Fowler, you'd like to make the motion or have some other words?
Other words, just Madam Chair, thank you so much. I just cannot. Coconino County is just truly commits itself to delivery of service and trying to figure out beyond what can't be, how can we get it done? And that's always the motto that we've always operated on ever since I was elected. That was always like, okay, this is the policy, but what is the policy, but what can we do to make it happen, being within that realm? And this is truly an amazing event. It's a multiple agency coming together and actually making this happen and creating change in people's lives that are afraid of our courts. That's the reason why people are not coming out. We have a high percentage of warrants that are out there. Judge Grodman, first time we went out there with Judge Grodman, Sharon, and we're just amazed the emotion that we saw when people came out at the court session. It was just amazing to say that, I can now drive, I can actually leave and I can go get a job. I can provide for my family now. So legal system, when you get tangled up in it, it is really hard to provide for yourself and your family. And this creates an opportunity. So I just really want to thank all of you. And I want to bring up one more thing. I know it's not on here, but I have to mention it. Michelle, you all read about, and I'm looking at legal, trying to sneak beyond around her. This week, we were able to deliver an ambulance to Fredonia. And it's another partnership that we worked with Northern Arizona, Guardian Air. And we saw it drive away. I was choking up and almost in tears, and just to see that you all read about the no ambulance service, emergency service in Fredonia and that region. And this week with Michelle's and Sheriff Axland is not here. We were able to be there to see the delivery of the ambulance service or drive to Fredonia.
Very exciting.
Thank you, Supervisor, for pointing that out. And it is a great new resource to Fredonia and really being able to provide that emergency services to those community members. And again, another wonderful partnership in our community of everybody working toward the same goal. So thank you for your advocacy on that.
Thank you. It's just all these events is just amazing that when people come together. So thank you all for your hard work, for your research, and just making this happen. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I take a motion.
Oh,
Supervisor
thank
Fowler.
you. Thank you. I move that we approve the license agreement between Coconino County and Coconino County Superior Court to place a remote court pod in Tuba City.
Do I have a second? Supervisor Begay seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And again, thank you. Great idea back there. All right, we're moving along on our consent agenda. And item number 22 is consideration of possible action to appoint Beth Kaplan to the Employee Appeals Board for a 4-year term ending April 7th, 2030. And we have Human Resources with us, and we have Beth Kaplan, who is not a stranger to many of us here. She has served on other boards and commissions here in Coconino County, the WIOA being one, and certainly appreciate you being with us here today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our HR director.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. I'm just very happy to have Beth Kaplan here. I think I've worked with Beth in different capacities for about 11 years now, but really our partnership has grown in the last couple of years in my tenure as the HR director. But we just adore Beth. I'm going to embarrass her. We just adore Beth as a person. We do. And as a person, but we really value her partnership. She is the owner of Performance Staffing, and her business employs between 300 and 500 people in our community per year. And I know a lot of county departments collaborate and ask Beth for help, especially in a pinch. So I also was in a pinch when I found out one of my employee appeals board members had moved, and I needed to fill the role. And I thought Beth would be just so great on this board because she is kind and she is fair and she is a person of humility and understanding. So Beth, thank you for saying yes. I appreciate it. And yeah, thank you so much.
Well, thank you for the honor of being here. So thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Supervisors. I don't really know where to start, and I'll try not to go back too historical like George Washington and such, but I'm the middle child in a family with girls, and both my sisters are attorneys and have always loved to argue. So I have always been the person for conflict resolution. So I think that will help me in addition to over 30 years of employee relations. We have some great stories, people taking their 10-week-old puppy to a job with a broken toe, saying it's a service dog and all kinds of things. So over the years, I've had a tremendous number of opportunities, shall I say, to employ my employee relations tactics. So I thank you very much for the honor of participating on this board and being here today. So thank you. And thank the county for everything that they do. It's been enlightening just being able to sit here and learn more about the different organizations that the county benefits in such a positive way for the community. So thank you.
And Beth, thank you for your service. And, you know, there's wonderful things she says. And I have to say, she's wonderful and she's in District 1. So, so thank you again. Thank you for being here and thank you for presenting this today. So, and appreciate your service on the Employee Appeals Board. I was the attorney back in the day for my election, and it's such an important place to allow due process and to allow equity and for our employees. So thank you so much. We really appreciate your service today. Yeah. And
Madam
I
Ch-
would
oh.
entertain at this, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, I was going to say, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Beth Kaplan to the Employee Appeals Board.
We have a motion, we have a second and a second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. And again, thank you. Great to see you, Beth. We're moving on. So that was good. We are now on item 29. But before we can get to item 29, we need to resolve as a Flood Control District Board of Directors to have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We have one item. As I said, this is a consent agenda item. I'm going to ask my supervisors if they want to separate number 29 for discussion. We have number 29 removed from the consent agenda for discussion. And with that, we have our Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani. I see her online. This is consideration of possible action to approve a budget amendment in the amount of $951,226.93 to allocate award funding from the Arizona Department of Forest and Fire Management, also known as DFFM, to be utilized for the Glen Drive Storm Drain Project in the Pipeline Flood Area Peaceful Way Corridor. And I would just point out that at one time this was in Supervisor Vasquez's district, and due to, of course, reorganization that was done, it's now in Supervisor Fowler's district. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Lucinda Andriani to explain this. This is exciting news, and we are very happy to bring this forward. So please go forward, Lucinda.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair Horseman and board members. Pleased to be with you today. We're excited to begin, we're moving this project forward. We have, as you well know, early in the process of addressing the post-wildfire flooding out in the Pipeline Fire area, we worked with the Department of Forestry and Fire Management to secure a grant at about $11 million grant, which was explicitly originally to match the Natural Resources Conservation Service grant that we received for the neighborhood mitigation that we've done, all the storm drain projects and detention basin, et cetera, throughout the area. And we've completed those projects, all the major projects in the area. We have one smaller project now remaining that's part of the Peaceful Way flood area and flood corridor. And to extend a lateral from that storm drain, lateral to that storm drain that was installed for the Peaceful Way flood corridor. And this will provide additional flood mitigation to this area. It's kind of sits between Peaceful and Brandis Way, which is still at higher risk for flood impacts to that area. So we're working with the property owners there. And in working with DFFM, we had some funding remaining in that fund. And basically what you're considering for approval today is to transfer it out of that fund into a separate fund that of course sits with finance. That now can be used to fund this project. And Director Tom Torres, approved utilizing these funds to support this additional small project. So we're very grateful to Director Torres and his team for the continuing support they've provided out in the pipeline area. Been a really great partner, and we hope to get him and all of you out there when we move to construction, probably likely this fall. We'll see how things progress there, but likely be this fall. So we're excited about continuing to move this forward. So this is really actually more administrative in nature, but important to understand. And this is one of the last two projects, the other project being the project funded by the Protect Grant that's to mitigate the impacts to Highway 89, which is progressing as well. So thank you today for your consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any comments you'd like to make?
Thank you, Lucinda. It's just amazing that we're at this point of almost completion and just progressing on all these projects. So thank you so much to you and all your the contractors and your staff.
Thank you. We have a great team. We're really fortunate. And I'm actually up here at the After the Flames conference with a lot of people around, primarily the West, although there's some people from the East Coast as well here. And it's great to be with this cohort and be exchanging a lot of lessons learned. And I want to note it's really sweet. County Attorney Bill Ring, his son Caleb is here and is going to be presenting. He's a geologist with a engineering firm out of Vancouver, British Columbia, and he is doing debris flow analysis for wildfires in the province of BC, British Columbia, and he's here presenting with one of his colleagues. So it's really sweet to see, I'll say, the next generation bringing their expertise to this arena. So it's very sweet to see him in this arena. So anyway, that's been a great little addition to this effort here. So
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. First off, just want to say thank you, Lucinda and your team for Flood Control District for advancing all these projects. It's hard to believe it's been 4 years, but at the same time, the fact that we've completed almost all these projects in 4 years. Turned off my mic. And appreciate all the work and just excited to see the projects as they're completed. So thank you.
I just want to say, I want to thank Director Torres. I mean, this really shows the importance of our relationship and partnership with DFFM, and quite frankly, the importance of ensuring that they have emergency funding to assist Coconino County and other counties, all 15 of our counties, for these emergencies when they arise. So really appreciate that, and thank you. And with that, I would entertain a motion for the approval of this budget amendment.
Madam Chair, I would move to approve as read item number 29.
Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The directors have unanimously passed this. Thank you for being with us, Lucinda, and all the best to you back there for After the Flames. And, we got some rain here, so we're hopefully that's going to help
Great.
us here. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right. And now we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors to have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We're now the Board of Supervisors, and we are here to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now the Health District Board of Directors. So with that, we have a consent agenda item. We have 2 items as consent agenda on the Health District. Do we need to remove either one of these for discussion, or I would entertain a motion to accept the Health District consent agenda? Members of the board, what's your pleasure?
I would make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Directors, thank you. We need to now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. And thank you for being with us. Really appreciate it. All right, we are now have some items, 32 through 36, all are related to the Workforce Development Board. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Eric Peterson, who will present the Workforce Development Action Items 32 to 36. And I'm not going to read them right now. I'm going to let you read them, and we can do, if you don't mind. and we can just deal with them either together or individually, whatever works for you. And we can entertain a motion individually or 32 through 36. So up to the board. So with that, please, Eric, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. James Orlowski is the interim Workforce Board Director, and he has joined with me today as well. So if you have any questions for him, you certainly can pose those as well. The items on the action agenda for you today culminate the work of recertification and a long process that we have been involved in collaboratively with the Workforce Board, as many of you know and have been involved in. I'm pleased to report that the Workforce Board unanimously approved the set of shared governance agreement and bylaw documents that you see presented to you today in items 32 and 33. Also, we have come to a selection of our new Workforce Director, Ailish Fisher. That is in item 34. She will be, has been appointed by the Workforce Board and under the shared governance agreement and federal law, your consent as the chief elected official is needed to that appointment of the director role. The other items in our packet today, item 35 is the authorizing the chair to sign, chair of the Board of Supervisors to sign the recertification documents that will be submitted to the state as we have planned to do here in Q2. And then item 36 is the service agreement amendment with Eckerd Alternatives, changes to do with the budget and the fact that our program years follow the fiscal years. Specific details about that one I'm going to let James answer rather than try to interpret what the Workforce Board does. But by virtue of your role as the chief elected officials, their actions with the partner, as we would call Eckerd, must come to you for approval as well. So that is this document that is before you. Madam Chair, as you mentioned, all of these can be taken en masse if you wish. You can separate them as you wish if you want to. The resolutions are very simple and just simply speak to approving the documents as attached, which are the documents that were approved by the Workforce Board last week as you were attending.
Thank you. And at this point, I'm going to ask, and Supervisor Vasquez sits as our representative, a non-voting representative on that board. So I'm going to turn this to him and see if he has any comments or questions first before we start.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank everybody involved in getting this shared governance agreement together. Took a lot of work, almost 9 months, and we went through it and pieced through and found areas of commonalities where we could work forward. And so I'm really excited to see this proceed as we move forward with the workforce development. And I want to welcome the new director that the Workforce Development Board has selected, and looking forward to electing that new director here for Coconino County's Workforce Development Board. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? The only thing I'm going to say is, James, thank you for serving as an interim. You know, this was not easy. I know that Supervisor Vasquez really got most of it, but certainly on occasion, we all stepped in and we understood the importance of working with this WIOA board and of them working with Coconino County and clarifying the respective roles of each so that we all can work jointly and together to accomplish the goals of the Workforce Development Board. And James, you got it all. I mean, you got hit by both sides. So first and foremost, I want to thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. And just really on behalf of the Workforce Board, want to thank you for the partnership. I know it has been a long, tortured process. I think everybody involved would agree with that statement. But truly coming together and finding those areas of common ground. And, you know, I wouldn't pretend that everybody got their way or got 100% of what they wanted through this process, but I think that also demonstrates the negotiation process. Absolutely. And so the items before you are reflective of what the Workforce Board approved at their March 31st meeting. I sent an email about this, but I did just want to call your attention to one typo that was found after the fact, which is located in the shared governance agreement. And so I would respectfully request that as you consider action on these items, that you would incorporate that change in the shared governance agreement. Specifically, it's on page 33 of the SGA, or if you're looking at your packet, it's page 411. And so there's an erroneous statement about the Maricopa County Workforce Development. That should be Coconino County. All of this came together in such a quick manner after the Workforce Board, and so just want to make sure that the version that you hopefully approve today also reflects what the Workforce Board approved. And also just want to comment that we have been closely partnering with and receiving technical assistance from the state Office of Economic Opportunity, which I think is important that you have that comfort level that the documents before you today have been reviewed, have had multiple rounds of feedback from OEO. And so the documents that you approved today, we're hopeful will advance us closer to recertification. And then just the other comment that I want to make quickly here at the end is just about the appointment and reappointment of members. That is the other really crucial part of the recertification process. The bylaws and SGA are very critical, as well as the other documents that are part of the recertification package before you, but really getting our board composition up to standards is the other important part that I want to flag. I know there's a lot of very active discussions about that, and so just want to make sure that that's on the record as well. And again, thank you so much for your partnership in this process.
Thank you, James. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. The workforce development is very important. It brings businesses and individuals that are seeking jobs together. It also helps to create jobs and mold businesses to the local needs. And when there's a disruption in that flow, it's really important to strengthen that. And you have worked so hard, Eric, James, and Geronimo, supervisor, and the board. And you've gone through a painful process. And this is not the first time. Through the years, several times in Coconino County, we have gone through this. And especially when the laws change, the board has to adjust on its delivery to the communities. It emphasizes deliveries to the underserved. And that's what really needs to be focused on. And I just hope this board, and I have full confidence that it's going to do that. And it also, the main priority or primary result of all of the work that is done when there is a huge collaboration of connecting people, training people for those jobs and getting them the job and securing a job is to make sure you have a healthy community. Healthy community where businesses thrive, people are working, creates local economy. And that's what our goal has been. Even our Grand Canyon long-term recovery plan, the focus is on economic development. And it's the recovery of a healthy community. And that's what you have put together. So I really want to thank you for that. And it is a humongous bureaucratic at times, I think, because you have the state you're working with, you also have the federal agencies, and then you have your local board. And so I just want to thank you for your strength and your just going through tenacity at times to go through this process. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for your comments. And truly, item 36, kind of to the point that you were making, the approval of the service provider contract amendment to extend that agreement. The service provider, Eckerd Connects, is really where the rubber meets the road, them and the one-stop operator. And so by extending that contract, they'll be able to continue to provide those services for adults, dislocated workers, and youth, which again is really where the rubber meets the road and where that really important part of the process happens, where people come into the system, they get hooked up with services, and ultimately find employment, and then working with employers also on business services. And so the other comment that I just wanted to make to that is that I know we all feel very satisfied and happy that we're doing this action today, but I also want to say there's a lot more work still to be done the rest of this year. And so it's really critical that as Ailish comes on as the new director, that she'll be able to jump in, and we have a lot more shared work to do together between the Workforce Board and all of you as the CEOs. So we need to recertify our local workforce center. We also need to update our local plan in accordance with WIOA, which needs to be done every 2 years. And so there's a lot more joint work to do. And I know we've built a really great foundation. I think the SGA and the bylaws particularly are really important to set that foundation, and then we're just going to keep building from there.
Well, we look forward to meeting Ailish and working with her moving forward. So thank you with that. Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. And I have questioned the partnership with the company, but maybe through this process, you needed a company to carry you through. with a new director coming in, maybe at one point you'll be able, the board will feel that they don't need a outside company anymore. But anyway, that's just a comment that I'm just gonna make here. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And the Workforce Board did have a very intentional conversation about extending the contract of the service provider. They've been on the job for about 2 years now. Obviously, I think it's fair to say the board at a leadership level has gone through a lot of transition with the board and previous executive director. The service provider also had to assume the services from Health and Human Services when they took over, get their staffing up to where it needed to be so that they could really start offering those services. And then in the meantime, we've had setbacks, like we had a fiscal monitor finding. And so all of that was discussed when they were discussing the contract amendment, and they arrived at the decision that it really is recommended that we extend that contract to give them time to really mesh with the new leadership. And then we'll still have one more renewal option available to us, and that'll be a discussion, I assume, a year from now of, do we want to extend that contract? What's their performance look like? Or do we want to move forward and do a new competitive procurement process, which is how we got Eckerd in the first place.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd entertain a motion for us to approve items 32 through 36 with the typo drafting error that was done on the SGA agreement, and with the changing of the wording to Coconino County Workforce Development. Do I have a motion?
So,
Second. I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler, Begay, and a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, items 32 through 36. And, and I have to say, were there comments that people wanted to make, or other comments, or you? Are we all
I just
good?
wanted to comment briefly on the service provider. That is an exact understanding of the shared governance agreement. The Workforce Board must hold the oversight over the Eckerd contract. That is not your purview, other than
That's right.
the ministerial action of bringing it forward to review it to make sure it complies with the county policies and such here in our action here. So it is the Workforce Board's job. Your appointments matter there about how the work will be done when the rubber hits the road.
Thank you for that clarification. And by the way, one of the things we all learned is that we need to have closer communication and partnership with that Workforce Development Board. And I think that these documents that we've just approved will do exactly that and will forge a good working and productive working relationship. So again, James, thank you for all you did to make that happen. And also you, Eric, and Supervisor Vasquez. I mean, this has really been a long process. So thank you very much. And I certainly look forward to a close, good relationship with them. So thank you. All right. So we are moving forward. We're of course behind schedule, but not much. We have before lunch an executive session. We have a recommendation from our legal counsel to enter into executive session for legal advice from and discussion with counsel regarding standard language in job postings and employment applications. This request for executive session is pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3, advice from legal counsel. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are going to go into executive session. Members of the community, members of the public, we are going to go into executive session, and I believe we will go from there immediately into into our lunch break. We will be back in action at 1:15 and for further action according to the agenda. So with that, members of the board, let's go ahead and convene into executive session upstairs. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are back for our regular board meeting. It is now about 1:16, and we are here for presentation and discussion regarding Coconino County Partner Agency updates for fiscal year 2026 and outlook for fiscal year 2027. And I know finance is going to discuss this as we move forward, but just, and I know the board is all very much aware of this, but we have enjoyed our partnership with many local community partners that are able to provide many of the services to our communities that we as the board cannot provide directly and or do not have the means on staff or capacity to do so. So we are so pleased to partner with so many of these outside agencies, many of them nonprofits, to be able to extend the services that we provide to community members. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to finance, or I'm going to turn it over to you,
Thank you,
County
Madam Chair,
Manager.
the board, and I can't add anything beyond what you had just said. That said, I will introduce Abby Velasquez to introduce our presenters today, and I believe we have 6 presenters.
We do.
Abby, so starting with the NAU Economic Policy Institute and Nancy Baca. So Abby, take it away.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We're excited today to have the remainder of our county partners presenting. As you'll remember, we kicked this off on March 24th, where we heard from 3 of the county partners. So today we'll be hearing from the additional 6. We have the NAU Economic Policy Institute, Coalition for Youth and Children, Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership, Creative Flagstaff, United Way, and the Guidance Center. So our partners will be sharing their accomplishments from the calendar year 2025, so the last year, and their outcomes with the funding that the county provided, and then sharing what their plans are for the rest of this fiscal year, and presenting a project plan for what the county would, or what they would be able to provide with county funding should they be funded again for FY27. So we have about 25-30 minutes scheduled in total for each partner, about 15 minutes for them to present, and then opportunity for you to ask questions. So with that, I will kick it over to Nancy Baca from the NAU Economic Policy Institute.
Good to see you, Nancy. Thanks for starting us off this afternoon.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you so much for having me back again this year. My name is Nancy Baca, for those of you who I haven't had the pleasure of meeting. I am the director of the Economic Policy Institute located at the W.A. Franke College of Business at NAU. I'm also economics faculty. So our funding was $34,650. A little bit about the Economic Policy Institute's mission. Our mission is to empower rural and tribal communities and small businesses with data-driven research to aid in sustained economic growth, and to provide financial literacy and equity through educational opportunities at all grade levels. So the EPI is made up of 4 subunits. We have the research unit, which is where most of the county money is concentrated, although some of it goes to our Center for American Indian Economic Development to work on tribal-specific projects. Some of it is directed to the Center for Economic Education, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we also have an Arizona Hospitality Research and Resource Center. So let's talk about a few of the projects that the county money helped to support, and then I'll talk about your support for financial literacy projects. The first one is the flood control district support. So we have ongoing relations with the flood control district, helping to model,
do economic impact studies, do cost benefit analysis on some of the flood control projects for the county, is some of the most meaningful work that we do. And we feel like makes a lot of impact in the community. And so we really, we're really happy that this is a long-term partnership that we have with the Flood Control District and that we can build on our work from year to year. And so that's some of the work that we did with that funding. We also did housing and economic data insights, and I'll talk a little bit about the new center that continued support would help to support around housing, but the existing support helps to advance market analysis on housing, which we all know is an important piece of economic development and workforce development in our community. We are building a housing affordability index dashboard to help house information, and that information, a lot of that information is tribal specific. We're doing a lot of housing work in tribal communities, trying to come up with creative solutions for those communities around housing. We've received a couple of big HUD grants that help also support that work. With this relationship, this continued relationship with the county, we do prioritize our county projects. And that comes with advanced timelines. We always try and make sure that we meet the county timelines so that our work can be leveraged for greater purposes, grants, things like that. Forest and natural resource economics. We have done a lot of work with the forest industry. We know that that's really important in this area. And so we continue to work on that. Things like biomass, any sort of economic development strategies and opportunities around the forest industry, and making sure that we're being responsible and helping support the restoration of our forests, which we know is so incredibly important, especially when it comes to wildfire suppression. Another big project that we worked on for the Navajo Nation was a Navajo wool mill project, feasibility, viability study, and workforce potential that would bring to our tribal communities. And hopefully, with that support, the Navajo Nation can pursue funding to help move that wool mill forward. It is a viable project. We also worked with the Boys and Girls Club of Flagstaff on their capital campaign, the feasibility of a capital campaign to increase the capacity that Boys and Girls Club of Flagstaff has and expand their footprint, and some of the county money went to support that too. The county money helps to essentially subsidize projects, allow us to do projects that are not within the budget of the municipalities, the tribes that need this work done. So this county money is leveraged pretty heavily. A little bit more about the financial literacy programming. I don't have a slide on this, but the EPI has a Center for Economic Education that provides financial literacy and economic education free of charge to not only Flagstaff, but also other rural communities in the area. We are frequently in Winslow and Williams. We also go out to tribal communities to deliver our 7-generation money management financial literacy programming. We go into high schools. We reach thousands of individuals every year through this free programming. While it's focused on high schoolers, it's not exclusive. We've started doing actually preschool programs, going into libraries and doing economic story time, where we teach preschoolers about needs versus wants. We do a lot of business plan competitions and support, especially out in our tribal communities, where we award money to the winners in order to support those entrepreneurial ventures. And so the county money does go to help pay for some of this financial literacy education in both local, rural, and tribal communities. I am happy to announce that we have partnered with U of A and ASU to develop centers at each of our universities under the Arizona Research Center on Housing and Economic Solutions. It's abbreviated ARCHES. It was originally started with a HUD grant, and now all 3 universities are partnering together to come up with both rural and urban housing solutions. And so it's really a wonderful collaborative, and the county money is going to help us as we open up this center probably in October of this year, and then are able to support our community with data and collaborative research between the 3 universities. That is the presentation I have for you today. I'd be willing to take questions.
Well, just a comment. You know, for not a whole lot of money, we get a whole lot of return. So what we want to thank you, and
of course,
very much thank EPI for their work with us. And you're exactly right. We've used many of your research documents, especially economic impact documents, for grants and quite frankly, to also educate us on you know, what the needs are and what we need to focus on moving forward. So I want you to know that we really appreciate our partnership with you, and it is exceedingly helpful to us as we do our work, and quite frankly, as we look to get the necessary grants, et cetera. So thank you.
You're welcome.
We look forward to continued partnership with you. Really appreciate it.
Yes. It's our pleasure.
Oh, thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Chair Horstman and members of the board. And just wanted to note a few things. Nancy, I was involved in the original, I think, when you mentioned the flood control district, the flood study and the economic impact of the Schultz fire and flooding, and then the revitalization efforts associated with that. Some things just that we're looking at for the future. As you know, tourism is a significant part of our economy, as is arts and culture associated with that. We have our amphitheater, and we have the arts and cultural opportunities. So that might be something that we wanted to discuss with you.
Great.
Other board, or any questions you might ask? Yeah, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and for your continued partnership. It was really cool to see all the different areas of research that your institute does. And just want to say thank you for all the data that you provide us, because as Chair Horstman mentioned, that data is so important when we're lobbying at the state or at the federal level. And so the ability to have those numbers and to be able to show what kind of impact it has on our community is crucial when we're out there lobbying. So again, thank you.
Great. Happy to hear it.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Baca, I cannot remember if we have personally met. It's been, my first year was kind of a whirlwind. I forget how many seemingly millions of people I met.
Sure.
So I apologize if we have met, but it's nice having a face to go with your name, okay? And I will tell you that the information that you provide for us, you make me sound really smart when I am sitting down and giving that information out, when we're meeting with our federal partners, when we're meeting with our state partners. It is very useful. So I have a great appreciation for the work that you do, and happy to support the continued collaboration.
Thank you so much. It means a lot. And it's a testament to my team. It's not me. I have a great team and a lot of wonderful experts who really put together quality work. We care about what we do, and we care about the projects that you're working on, and we're happy to be part of it.
Any other comments, questions, members? If not, as always, and I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate our long partnership with your office. We've done some amazing studies that we still use today, and these projects that you have on the table right currently, those are really impactful. Bless you. And you know, it just your wings are way out there, and I really appreciate that. And a number of years ago, you did there was a study that was done on the north rim And it showed that if it was to stay open just 2 weeks on both ends of the season, we would be able to generate over $14 million and be able to keep people employed for, extended time because they're all seasonal workers. And so that study alone has carried us, and we are now still using that today. And it's very, when we are out there and we're presenting the study and to the current situation that we're in, it just creates such a big aha moments in people's minds. So I just want to just thank you for really providing the necessary information for us to be able to do our work, to be able to our work in assisting our communities and being able to organize and put together a big project like the long-term recovery plan with these kinds of support that you're providing. Those references are very important. I know it's not just us that use it. Of course, you already know, and Utah, our partners, counties in Utah, they use the study as well. So when we bring it back to our congressional delegation, they're well aware of it because we use it as a reference. And I just want to just thank you for, and your whole team. I like working with Kathleen there.
Great.
We've been just working on a number of projects together, and just want to thank all your full team there. And I know things, sometimes we get nervous, especially when the federal dollars were kind of being cut in all kinds of ways. Those are dollars that you depend on as well.
Sure.
And we were very nervous. I'm happy to see you standing here and being able to say that we're moving on with all these projects. So thank you.
You're welcome. It's our pleasure to be of service to the county. Thank you.
Good to see you again, Nancy.
Good to see you.
All right.
Okay, so next up we have Virginia Wathamaji. I'm so sorry. From the Coalition for Children and Youth and for Coalition for Youth and Children, excuse me. And she is going to be joining us virtually. I think she's already up. So I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you so much. Should I share my screen?
Yes, if you can, please. And good to see you, Virginia.
Good to see you all.
There we go. We can see it. It's in, right now, it's in, there you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the full board for having us here today. Thank you to the manager and all the staff that helped schedule this. I know it was a tremendous amount of work for all of you, so thank you. And thank you for your continued partnership over the years. And I'm here to talk about the $16,500 that the county supports the coalition with. That funding really became base funding for the coalition to be able to have an executive director. And so we really look at the partnership of the county as being fundamental to all the work we're able to do as such a small organization. With 1.5 FTE, we really look at being the hub of communication and information for Coconino County. And we do that through a variety of ways. We also are really invested in the research and the awareness that comes from understanding the effects of trauma and resilience for our community. And so when we look at that all together, we have multiple things going on that the county really helped support this past year. We were able to bring in $150,000 over the course of 3 years to work with both the city and the county on the Reimagine Community Project. That has led to numerous trainings and advanced work and now to this day, both the city and the county have in their HR system trauma-informed trainings that are available to all staff, all new staff coming in. And we've remained available if there's support or questions. We've also been able to continue doing some various work with the city of Flagstaff. But all that to say is that grant has really helped us work with both these large systems within our county that really every member of our community has some sort of interaction with the county and the city. Continuing in that vein, we continue to do trauma trainings and awareness. We continue to host webinars on our website. In addition to the ones that are sitting in the city and the county's internal systems, we have a wide public base for trainings that both organizations use for their onboarding training, as well as families and the community use to increase their understanding around issues such as mindfulness, adverse childhood experiences, getting support, what your childhood emotions mean, etc. We also are available to do trainings by request. So for example, I was just at Hal Jensen a week or two ago for their youth summit to do some trauma training with the young people there. And we're looking at being able to increase that training at some of the school districts. We've done training with a lot of the school districts around the county, and we're looking at, due to the current needs in the coming year, looking to increase that support to several of the outlying school districts. We also serve as an important voice with our statewide partners. We're at a lot of advocacy policy meetings, child welfare meetings that are statewide, and we bring the perspective of Coconino County, the voice of Coconino County, but we also return what's happening at the statewide level back to our partners within the county. Like I mentioned, bringing in funding for projects. Not only do we occasionally apply for grants and bring in direct money that supports the work that we're talking about here, but I also hear from our partners that they write us directly into their grants. I recently just got an email from an executive director who let me know that they write their membership and us into virtually every grant they apply for, because they know that it helps get their work out there through all the avenues that I'm about to mention under outreach and communication. So we do have a monthly prevention council for Coconino County that not only has a regional attendance for the county, but it also has a statewide attendance and participation. Organizations that are statewide use this as an avenue to be able to bring new services into Northern Arizona, to be able to meet the organizations of Northern Arizona. And we also have specific meetings in Tuba City and Page, and participate in Fredonia and Williams. Years ago, when the support for the Tuba City networking meeting disappeared and that meeting was about to end, it was the coalition that stepped up and picked up that meeting and has kept it going all these years. That is now, since within the past couple of months, also happened with the Page networking meeting. And so the coalition was on site to be able to pick up that meeting as well and keep it going. Through all of that, the networking meetings in like Page and Tuba City, Frank also helps get the resource directories for those communities put together. And so we also, besides those networks receiving it, we have those resource directories on our website as well, along with the trainings, the prevention research, all of that, that we become a resource for organizations in the community as a whole. We also have our weekly newsletter, which organizations, this is how they're able to communicate weekly with events coming up, important announcements, awareness actions, things that impact children and families. And of course, we're at events throughout the year trying to connect with the community and make sure they know about all of this work. A couple of major events we had during this past year is we had our in-person conference again, where we brought Ia Affo and Dr. Sandra Solano to Northern Arizona. We were able, due to our Reimagine Community Project send a lot of city and county staff at no cost. We scholarshiped in a large segment of the community to be able to do that. Just a quick note about how important this event is. Dr. Sandra Solano is now presenting worldwide for the World Health Organization. She's off traveling. And so to be able to have a partnership with her here in Northern Arizona was just really remarkable. And I also want to put in a special note about the Voices Unheard movement that we had last fall. Supervisor Vasquez, I know you were a large supporter of this event. Thank you. This is an example of how the coalition just quietly operates in the background. While the event seemed to kind of come together in a couple of months, we had actually been a community planning partner on this for over a year. When we became aware of the abusive situation that led to this event, the lived experience that led to this event, the community member was searching across organization and organization, trying to find a home and a house to be able to have these types of conversations about stalking, trafficking, interpersonal violence, domestic violence, etc. It ended up being the coalition that had the trauma awareness as well as the bandwidth to be small and nimble to be able to start meeting with these community members. And it was over the course of over a year of understanding the scope of this that multi-day event with movie screenings and full day of training actually came about. But it's a really important example of how the coalition stands ready to kind of meet the needs as they evolve over the year. I threw together some numbers just to give you some ideas. We're getting close to 10,000 views on all of our website trainings, and that is separate from the ones that the city and the county house within their systems, because I do not have those numbers. The Coconino Prevention Council ranges from 30 to 50 actual attendees a month. The organization is in the hundreds, so that varies month to month who's available to attend, but that network is very large and statewide. We have over 2,000 subscribers to our weekly newsletter. High 90% of both events I just talked about of folks having their perspective and point of view opened and enhanced. A lot of good stats that I could have put up there around that. We also have 100% and 99% of folks believing these events are worthwhile. This quote I put in there from the feedback of I felt a renewed sense of purpose is really important when we understand about how difficult agencies, especially Northern Arizona, have at keeping staff, retaining staff, finding staff, keeping all of that. While this sounds like just a basic statement, these types of connections that we have of bringing people doing the most difficult work in our community together is really important for retention. I would also say this weekend coming up is the Early Childhood STEAM Fair over at Killup that we've been a planning partner on. And so those type of events happening continuously, we're proud to partner on, and we've even got one coming up this week. So please spread the word on that. So with all that being said, as an organization that's been in the community for over 50 years, I just want to thank you for all your support. We really try to work really hard with the resources we have to meet those gaps where they're at. I would also, in the nearly 10 years I've been here, I've never asked for an extra penny. I'm not sure that this is the place to do it. This is a difficult funding season for nonprofits. So I will just throw out that if there happens to be an extra penny for any reason, we are open to accepting it right now. And with that, I would love to see if there are any questions.
Well, thank you, Virginia. Once again, another example of where for a small amount of money, our partners really deliver and provide for our community. And we want to thank you and the coalition for all of your great work. And been able to attend some of your in-person conferences and certainly learned a lot and continue to learn a lot from you and from the trainings that you do and the materials that you provide on your website. I mean, that is so, it's an incredible website, quite frankly, and a great resource for all of us to take a look at. So, again, thank you so much for the great work you do. And I'm going to suggest something to you, and you're right, it's been a hard year for us as a county, and it's going to be as part of our budget season going forward. We have lost federal grants, and if you will, some of the support that we've had for health and human services, for example, both federal and state funding. And so it is going to be a difficult year, but we as the board do have CI money, as you know, constituent, initiative funds. And if it meets our legal muster, I know many of us are very supportive of your coalition, and if we can help or help to underwrite some of the funding for the training that you're doing, that might be an appropriate request for CI funding, and I'd certainly encourage you to do so. And I'll certainly try to do my part to assist. So thank you, Virginia. And other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for giving us the overview and all the important work that the coalition does. We've been talking about in just recent weeks about child abuse and things happening in our community and how important it is that we have early interventions and we have parenting classes and different programs focused on providing support for young people. And so the work that you and your staff do is so important, and it's a great honor for us to be able to support that. And I would second what Chair Horseman is saying, is that the way that we could be of support is through certain community initiative projects. And so please reach out to us and let us know what kind of projects you're looking at, and we'll see if we can make it work. So thank you.
Other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you. Virginia, it's just a simple thank you that I would like to say to you for the work that you do in our community. Very much appreciated.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just want to say thank you for all the work that you and your staff are doing regarding all the ins and outs of getting the job done, and helping a lot of people and reaching out. I think you're doing a very good job, and I just want to say thank you for all the efforts that your organization is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I am really pleased to see how the program has grown, and just the various ways of trying to do Coconino County outreach. I used to be the one that said, you have Coconino in front of your organization name, and yet you're really just Flagstaff. But I know that Frank has really been trying to do outreach. We've worked with him almost from the beginning. He's still there and really been very instrumental in these rural communities outreach. And when I started the Tuba City networking, and that was just bringing, the various organizations together. And when we decided that it was just like, how many things do we have to do? Frank stepped up and said, we will organize those. We will continue those meetings. It's really important. So really happy that it's still going. It's back. I think it's going to be later this week. So I'll be able to participate in that. And those networking meetings are really important, and happy to know that you'll be taking on the page as well. Brian did such a great job with that networking, and till he had to leave, but I'm just really happy to see the organization continuing to step in and filling the void when you're needed. So really pleased to see that the organization is still thriving and still trying to working to partner with agencies through our other organizations throughout our county. Thank you.
Other comments? Otherwise, Virginia, once again, thank you for all you do and for our community. And we look forward to continuing to fund you all. And please reach out to us on some CI funds. So
Thank you all.
thank you.
So up next, we have another representative on virtually. That is Ann Motek from the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership. So Ann, you should be able to share your screen and present.
Good afternoon, Ann. Good to see you. At least we see a little picture of you. So good to see you with us.
You will just need to unmute, Anne.
Sorry about that. I thought I unmuted. Okay. Continue to share. Can you see my screen okay and hear me?
We can, and we hear you. And
Wonderful. Okay,
you're
sorry
fine.
about that little delay. Well, hello everyone. This is Ann Motek, and I am the director of the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership. And before I begin, I do want to recognize our board of directors. We have Lisa Bolton, who's the Water and Forest Program Manager for SRP. We also have Neil Chapman, who is the Forest Health Supervisor for the City of Flagstaff Fire Department. We have myself, who's the principal of Mata Consulting, and we have Andrew Sanchez Medor, who is the executive director of the Ecological Restoration Institute. So as a reminder, GFFP works toward future sustainability and resiliency of our forests and communities across northern Arizona. And in order to get to that, we have actions that include multi-agency planning and coordinated complementary implementation of forest restoration projects. So those include prescribed fire and thinning small diameter trees. We do also monitoring and adaptive management. We work in utilization of woody biomass and in outreach and education of the public and leadership. So GFFP serves all citizens and visitors throughout Coconino County. We do this through a countywide community wildfire protection plan that I'll talk more about in the presentation. And we also work in the Forest Restoration Initiative. So we really encompass all of northern Arizona, even though Flagstaff is in our name. So I wanted to talk about the outcomes for the county funding for fiscal year 26 and 27. Our work plan and accomplishments are focused on convening a professional forum and collaborative entity to share information and achieve partners' goals. We have monthly meetings and field tours. You can see a photo on this slide of a field tour that we held for the Marshall Project. You can see we had really great attendance. This project was implemented by the National Forest Foundation and the Forest Service, and it really included novel harvesting method technology that people were really interested in. So this just shows some of the good work that we're doing as far as reaching out and providing a collaborative forum. We also work in the Forest Restoration Initiative, fondly called FORFRI, and GFFP board members serve on the steering committee and in the stakeholder group. So more outcomes for this fiscal year and the following. We have convened a working group under GFFP since 2022 called the Forest Biomass Coalition. And the main objective of this working group is to address the lack of forest biomass processing facilities, otherwise known as the biomass bottleneck. And I know many of the supervisors on the board are aware of this issue. It's really become a big issue in forest restoration, at least right now. And this working group recently completed a biomass fiber supply and public safety position paper that we will be sending to leadership in Washington, D.C. We have conducted several focused problem and solution meetings and field tours with Senator Kelly's staff. One of them happened last week. GFFP has also attended and contributed to the Department of Forestry and Fire Management's Ponderosa Pine Utilization Summit. And GFFP has the ability to act as a lead organization or fiscal sponsor for grant applications, given that we are a 501c3. So more outcomes. We were awarded, I think, as you know, I talked about this last year, a community wildfire defense grant to complete a community wildfire protection plan called a CWPP for rural fire districts and tribal communities in Coconino County. And this document is planning for the #1 threat in Coconino County, which is wildfire. You can see on the right-hand side this photo. This is a photo of the fire chief of KEW, Kaibab Estates West Fire District, where we conducted a community meeting for this CWPP. Also, as another outcome, we received a congressional appropriation as a subrecipient through Coconino County for the Lowell Observatory Fuels Reduction Project. And I'm going to expand on both of these projects in following slides. So to start, the CWDG Community Wildfire Defense Grant to compose our Community Wildfire Protection Plan, CWPP. The main aspects of these grants is to protect communities, infrastructure, and natural resources from the threat of wildfire. So far, the progress on the CWPP is that we are working with SWCA, which is the contracted consultant, and they're doing more of the technical work. As far as project implementation and management goes, GFFP, along with Coconino County Forest Restoration Initiative and the Flood Control District staff, are implementing and managing the project. We completed community meetings for 7 rural underserved fire districts and 1 in-person interview with the Wallapai tribe. The draft CWPP was reviewed by the core team that was finalized on March 6th. We had our final core team meeting on March 17th, the third one and final one. We collected comments from the core team and incorporated them into the draft CWPP that was on March 29th. And we are currently in the public review period, and that is ranging from March 30th when it started through April 17th. And a final CWPP is expected completion in May of this year. So this is a photo of the Blue Ridge community meeting. You can see it was extremely well attended. We had about 80 folks walk in the door. We were astounded by the attendance. They are very concerned about this issue and reducing their risk to wildfire. You can see in the back there are maps on easels. And we had, after we did a short presentation, then we had community members go over to those maps and actually put sticky notes so that they could identify areas of concern or projects that they would like to see implemented in their community. So the outcome is an actionable CWPP that reduces wildfire risk. We really want to see this plan be used rather than be put on a shelf and collecting dust. So we have created action plans, and in the action plans, it's a list of the community's priorities and what they'd like to accomplish, and they'll be able to track this rather than it sitting on a shelf. And they're going to be able to track it through a web-based GIS story map and dashboard tracking system that will be created or is created. It will be refined and finished in May as well. And this will track projects in real time and includes maps and CWPP highlights. And the CWPP highlights are nice because for the public, instead of them trying to sift through a very, very long document, they can go on the story map and receive the information that they need. And Coconino County will be hosting this site into the future. The other item that's really important, excuse me, about the CWPP is that it enables funding streams for on-the-ground forest treatments, excuse me, firefighting equipment, and Firewise-based outreach and education. And so this is really important because we're finding that, especially like excuse me, the Department of Forestry and Fire Management is really requiring now for grant applications that projects are in a CWPP. So this will really increase the ability for organizations to receive these grants. And this is a little more of an underlying benefit, but we feel like we've really already established relationships with rural fire districts and tribes that we didn't have. And we look at this as becoming longstanding. So there were 7 fire districts who participated. It was Sherwood Forest Estates, Kaibab Estates West, Blue Ridge, Tucson, the City of Williams, High Country Fire and Rescue, and Forest Lakes Fire District. Those who chose not to participate were Fredonia and Greenhaven, which is in Page. As far as tribal communities go, the Wallapai tribe did participate. We conducted an in-person interview. We drove out to Peach Springs and we conducted an in-person interview with Forestry and Wildland Fire Management and Fire and EMS leadership. There were 5 participants in total. It was a very, very productive interview. There are 2 tribes that have current wildfire prevention plans that did not participate because it's just like a CWPP, and that's the Navajo Nation and the Hopi tribe. And I just want to make clear too that the Wallapai tribe does have a wildfire prevention plan, but they also wanted to participate in this process. Those who chose not to participate or we were unable to contact were the Havasupai tribe, Kaibab Paiute, and the San Juan Southern Paiute tribe. So now I'm going to switch over to section 17, the Lowell Observatory Mesa Fuels Reduction Project. And you can see in this map on the right-hand corner, section 17, it's actually on the southeast corner of Observatory Mesa, and it is the only parcel on the mesa that hasn't been treated yet. This is an aerial view of section 17. You can see it is pretty thick with trees, and you can see why we want to work on this section. It's about 700 acres, and we plan to thin small diameter trees and remove all of the biomass. And the outcome, again, is to reduce wildfire risk, improve forest health for the city of Flagstaff and Coconino County. So as far as progress goes on the Lowell Observatory project, we are finalizing agreements with Lowell Observatory, Campbell Global, and the City of Flagstaff. Campbell Global is the organization that will be supervising the on-the-ground implementation. We will be releasing an RFP for a logging contractor and then putting together a subsequent agreement with the selected contractor. We are working right now on a communication plan that will be used by all of the partner organizations. We will be doing monitoring for pre and post treatment. So there are 3 areas where we'll be monitoring through Coconino County. They have set up plot data and collecting pre-post treatment photos so we can compare the effects from pre to post treatment. Drone photos will be collected by Campbell Global again to compare pre and post treatment, and LiDAR imagery will be collected and analyzed by the Ecological Restoration Institute. And all of this monitoring data will be good for us to understand if we implemented the project correctly. But not only that, it will be a very useful tool for outreach to the public and to leadership. Implementation of the project is expected in spring or this summer, but it's really contingent on loggers availability and fire restrictions. So there has been contributed and leveraged funds towards the project. So contributed funds are coming from Lowell Observatory and the City of Flagstaff. And I mentioned this last year, we have now have leverage funds from SRP and also the City of Flagstaff. And these leverage funds are resulting in increasing the number of acres that are treated on city land that is adjacent to Lowell Observatory in Thorpe Park. So we're really excited about expanding this project, and it really makes sense that we only mobilize this very expensive heavy equipment once for both projects. I include in your packet, or I hope you received our 2025 annual report. If you didn't receive it, at the bottom of the slide is a link where you can access all of our annual reports. And it describes a lot of what I described today. So I want to just thank Coconino County, as always, for your support. Your funds are directed to reducing risk to our communities from wildfires, restoring forest ecosystems, educating and informing the public, promoting and facilitating small diameter wood utilization, and monitoring and adaptive management. We encourage any of you who would like to participate in our monthly GFFP meetings or field tours. If any are interested, I'm happy to add you to our email list. And I'm going to stop there for questions and comments.
Well, that's a lot, and we really appreciate
It was
all
a
of
lot,
your work.
wasn't it?
It was great, though. It's very important, and we really appreciate your partnership and certainly GFFP's partnership with our flood control district and here, those of us here in Coconino County, and of course, Fry, which the county and myself are involved in as the part of the stakeholders group. So there's a lot going on, and you all have been instrumental in working with the county and helping us with our partnership, and quite frankly, with our goal of attempting to mitigate for the catastrophic forest fires and the post-wildfire flooding that follows. And one important way to do that is through the getting the GWPPs together. And so I really appreciate your outreach in these rural communities for that discussion. And, you know, with those, we certainly are hoping that we will be able to utilize this as for grant funding, et cetera, because it is a huge, if you will, lift to mitigate our catastrophic wildfire risk here in the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world. And so we appreciate all that you do and your efforts. I in particular, since Lowell is in my district, want to thank you for the great work you're doing with Lowell on that forest restoration project, and very important. So thank you so much. And with
Yeah,
that, I'm going to turn it
thank
to my
you.
colleagues, see if they have any comments or questions. Oh, Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you for the presentation. It's just so important, the work that your organization does and helping with the forest thinning, and not just in Lowell, but across Coconino County. We've seen the devastating impacts of areas that aren't thinned, and we've seen the results of areas that might get hit by a fire but have been thinned and slows down that fire. And so it's just so crucial, especially areas like Bill Williams Mountain and the Upper Rio de Flag. Those projects are so important, and just can't say enough about how much we appreciate the work that your organization does and the partnership that Coconino has with you. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? All right, seeing none, I again want to thank you, Ann, for everything you do, and I know we'll be in further discussions moving forward, so thanks so much.
Absolutely. Thank you to all the supervisors. We really appreciate our partnership with the Coconino County.
Thanks. All right.
Madam Chair, members of the board, with great efficiency, we are working through our partner agency presentations. Liz Archuleta with United Way is actually on her way over. Julie Komnick with Creative Flagstaff, as well as Stachel Alvarado with the Guidance Center, will be ready around 3. That said, we as staff are prepared to go over a government affairs update, planning calendar, and if roundtable if you wish. We do have some time for that in the meantime to fill our time and space.
We definitely would like to do that, so let's please proceed.
Okay, thank you. With that, we turn to Eric Peterson for our government affairs update, which is item number 39.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, I know Keith will be coming down to give you a more detailed report on some legislative items, but I wanted to check in with you on the CSA Summit conversation that we had and just give you a little background on what we've found from the past operation, and then also since CSA meets next week, just preface that we will have a conversation on the 14th in our evening meeting in roundtable just to finalize expected budget and the needs that CSA has asked us to take on, and then also whatever you wish to do or not to do in that status. We have been able to isolate that was not a single project code for last time we hosted the summit. It was about $22,000 to $23,000 of the cost that was put into the summit, best as we can understand, looking at all the bills from that time period. So just give you a sense of that estimate of time for the Walnut Canyon, the Sustainable Building Tour, and also the meal at the end.
And as I recall from that, we also received quite a few donations, if you will, from our downtown businesses and other businesses as well, which certainly those donations certainly contributed to that. So thank you.
But obviously donations would not be in that number. These are the direct costs that the county bore for the conference and such. We are preparing a preliminary budget, again, finalizing with what CSA would ask us to do to present to you all on that issue. We have gone to Lowell, just to give you a sense, we have gone and toured Lowell using the new Discovery Center, I believe it's called, the Great Planetary Hall for the meal in the evening. We would have a private constellation show on the observation deck and the planetarium outside. We also would have telescope viewing going on, private telescope viewing, and the Giovanni and other areas in Lowell would be open to our guests to be able to go through, as they would have admission to all of Lowell during that time to highlight the dark skies. We don't have the final quote back yet, but I do know this. When we first asked, when we went and toured last week, the price went down.
Good.
Yes. So the price, what's that? Oh. So the price did go down. They do have room for 200 to be able to be seated there. There probably would be some outside seating to overflow, and then also there's another room that would link into that room that would be able to be overflow seating if it is chilly for any reason people want to sit inside if we need. But we do anticipate that we would be able to get all of the supervisors and their guests in the room if we were to go to Lowell. It is a wonderful facility, as you all know. Giovanni will be open. All the operations will be open and available to us on that evening, a Wednesday evening, if we were to go to that. We will give you a budget of what we are looking at. We, Supervisor Begay, have looked at caterers and asked them for including beef options, and we're getting the prices of all that, and we'll be bringing that back to you as well. Would you like
Hey,
mutton as well?
what's wrong with rubber chicken? What's wrong with you, Supervisor Begay? Okay, sorry.
No, that's fine. So I just wanted to give you a prelude and a heads up of what we have found, looking back at past records, but then also looking forward that next Tuesday, given that CSA meets next Thursday, 16th, I believe it is, we'll need to get to final agreement if we are good to go from our end on doing this so that we can continue that conversation with
And, and I have a question
Yes.
too. And part of this is, as you know, we already are contributing to a campaign that we hope will be very successful for the second VP for NACO. And also we have been hosting CSA in the past, not to mention the fellowship program for the NACO and in the past WIR. So it's not that we haven't done our part, and that they've come to us to try to help with CSA. And I think that there is general agreement that it would be a very nice thing for us to do and to premiere. And we always are very proud of where we live and our Coconino County, and would love to premiere this beautiful place we call home. But is CSA going to be putting some money in to help us with this?
I believe so, yes. Penny is finalizing with Craig we'll call it the new model, because it's not the new model that we've talked about, but I'll call it the interim model, and the moving of costs, that they will take more of the cost than we traditionally have borne in the past. We did host in 24, I believe it was. I believe we hosted in 2014 before that. And I know obviously the fellowships did come in there, and WYR as well. So, but that model has shifted, and so they are revising their document so that we can have very clear for you all, and we'll try to get that to you as soon as we get it in our hands, so you can see what that would look like.
I think that's going to be important for us. I mean, if we can't do it and we can't do it right, then I don't want to do it at all. If we aren't going to make ourselves proud, and let me tell you, we made ourselves proud in 2024. And if we aren't going to be able to have that same level, then I don't want to do it. I'm being honest with you, because we don't want to ruin our reputations. We got a good one right now. So that's going to be important. So I look forward to getting that information. Yeah.
Madam Chair, thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. I'm sorry to butt in. Madam Chair, members of the board, and we probably were going to say similar things, and mine would be, if we are going to host this, the message to CSA is we need a stronger financial contribution. That's what's been in the past, given that they're shifting models. And I think it was 2022 that we last hosted, and we're looking to find, it was before 24.
2023.
Thank you.
That's
So,
yeah. Okay.
thank
yeah,
you.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry to cut you off,
Yeah.
Supervisor Ontiveros. But yeah, I think that would be a strong message from us as staff to CSA staff, if that's fair.
So 3 years, in other words. So, and many of us tapped out, many people and many businesses within our district for donations. And so it's hard to 3 years later go back to them and ask for more. So Supervisor Ontiveros.
This is just kind of a continuation of the conversation we had when we were talking last time. And I think you said that they are going to a different model where there are like 5 counties that they prefer to host this in.
So I want to be clear that I think there's a staff desire. They see that that's a model that they need to move to potentially, given the size of the conference, the amenities that they want, and where is the available facilities to host that in. That is fundamentally still a decision to be made by the CSA board if they're going to change that model.
Okay.
We're in this interim spot where, again, because of the Apache experience and looking for a host, we were the go-to spot to be asked. Because we do it well, and they know that, and I think we all know that we do it well if we can do it well. And I agree with the chair's comments that we need to do it well if we're going to.
Oh, yeah, and I absolutely agree with that. I had made that comment at the previous meeting. And so really my question goes to that if the model is to move to 5, to have 5 counties host, and I understand the need for adequate accommodations. But there's 15 counties in the state of Arizona. And so my question is that rather than 5 counties bearing the expense of it, the other 10 like every county participate in the cost of this.
I think that is known by CSA staff. Your
Okay.
comments and sort of rather than having 5 bear the cost and 10 get off scot-free, if I can use that term.
Yeah.
How do we subsidize that in every year from the counties? That's an understood argument.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know how they're going to solve it.
Okay.
We're having this conversation sort of about what we will potentially do,
Mm-hmm.
but also not trying to say that their model that they're going to is what we want, because I don't know that it is what we want as Coconino County as well.
Right, exactly, because we answer to the taxpayers in Coconino County. And so I just want to be sure that we keep everything in order. Okay, thank you.
But by the way, using the Discovery Center at Lowell, I mean, that would just be phenomenal. And I know that every time that CSA or a county has hosted, they do kind of a kind of a bang up, just a blowout, and that would be it. And certainly would be absolutely lovely. And I'm glad the price went down. Hopefully they see the benefit for themselves as well to partner with the county on this. So very exciting.
It
And
was a very good conversation with them. The price went down. They've switched their model. So it's really a good spot for us. And I mean, the $5 planetary constellation show with the heated seats up on top there, for about 155, that's their full capacity. That's a very small part of the bill to book and say, let's have a private show, for the supervisors.
well, it's consistent with our, who we are in Northern Arizona, who we are in Coconino County, our values, dark sky. I mean, it really, really fits in so much with a lot of the celebrations we're doing this year. And so I love it. And we'll be interested in taking a look at the budget and hopefully CSA's commitment. And this, I mean, I'm just saying the obvious right now, but so many of our district directors and our staff, our county staff, were so involved in the 2022, I guess, 2023, when we hosted. And that's, obviously something that doesn't really appear in the budget. And that's something we also have to factor in and, make sure that we have good oversight and on that, and that it doesn't fall to just a few, but, really gets spread across. So, and then I know that whatever we do, I hope that we will be featuring local businesses, local art, local talent, local performers, music, whatever, just and food, local,
The quotes we've
local
had for
caterers,
this
not,
budget setup has all been local.
yeah, and that's going to be absolutely key. So, okay, any other comments, questions on that? Yeah, Supervisor Fowler.
Unfortunately, Coconino is known for its great events from our great parties from all the other counties in Arizona and also at NACO. So, and it is really, it's a great time to feature ourselves. And yes, we are serving the county residents in this way to advertise and to work and network with other counties and other officials that do come to on all the issues that we are advocating for. These are not small issues. These are huge issues. We can't do it alone. We have to have partners, and those partners need to understand what our situation is for them to be able to help us to carry the message forward. And that's what these events for. We're not just having a party. We're actually having a work session. And that's the way we need to look at it. This year, we have all kinds of events that we are celebrating. We have Coconino County history. We have our dark sky. We have the Route 66. What a great opportunity to be able to carry that message. So when I talk to our residents, that's the way I deliver it. And it's not just something where we're just going to have fun. This is something that we've been doing, and we've been doing it in this fashion, and we are known for it. So, and when we have all the great electeds that always work with us. Hey, Liz knows how to put on a party. She does, and we had some really great parties. And that's always been the approach. It's always been our way to deliver a message, and what's that message going to be? And we are firm on it, and we take a stand on it, and that's how we do these business events. So thank you for organizing it. I think Loeb Observatory is a great location. It's newly open. It's a great opportunity for all the businesses in this region. And we have a long-term recovery plan that we want to be able to roll out, and with great enthusiasm, and what a way to do it. So I'm really happy that the CSA has put their trust into Coconino County once again. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may just briefly on follow-up to Supervisor Vasquez's point in our last conversation, also to Supervisor Fowler's now, we have been brainstorming what are our legislative asks, short-term rentals, fire insurance. How do we rope those into the tours? How do we rope those into the things that we can do here in showing off local that also builds support for the issues so that we aren't standing out amongst outstanding in the field as we are, standing by ourselves, but really driving people home on the issues that we're seeing here in our whole area.
Excellent. Any other comments or questions? Otherwise, I see we do have Liz Archuleta, former longtime supervisor. Now we are so lucky to have her as a director of one of our premier nonprofits, and talk about partnership and having our nonprofit partners be able to provide for our communities and our neighbors in a way that we as the county government can't. Certainly United Way of Northern Arizona is certainly premier in that great effort. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our county manager, and then we will go forward.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the board. With that, I recommend we go back to item number 38. We are back on item number 38, agency funding presentations. Liz Archuleta, United Way of Northern Arizona. Thank you, Liz. Thank you for accommodating our schedule, and I know I called in a favor with you to come a bit early, so thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Really pleased to be here. Hello to our county managers team. Liz Archuleta, I'm President and CEO of United Way of Northern Arizona, which you are, of course, very familiar with. And with me is some members of our board and our team. And so we have the chair of our board, Armando Reese, is with us. And then our team members, Christine Pierce, who is the manager of campaign and operations. And then Kristen Strauss, who is the manager of youth initiatives and educational programs. And so we're really pleased to be here. And of course, Andy Bertelsen also serves on our board of directors. So just happy to spend some time with you to talk a little bit about our achievements and to request continued funding from the board for our Coconino County residents. And so just a reminder, a little bit about what United Way does. We mobilize communities to action so that we all can thrive. And we fundamentally believe that if youth thrive, then families thrive and communities thrive. So you'll see on this slide that our number one priority is youth opportunity. And this is through our Step Up for Youth initiative. We don't shy away from big challenges. We like to see expansion of access to affordable, high quality childcare, which of course you've all been involved with that with our Elevate pre-K and with us moving to universal pre-K in our communities. We want to see improvements in literacy rates. We want to prepare preschoolers for kindergarten. All of you have been to our Kinder Camp program to see it, and we've expanded that into several communities. And then, of course, we're fostering positive youth development. And we'll tell you a little bit about that as we move later. Really proud of the work that we're doing with our older youth. The next one is healthy communities. These are our focus areas that I'm touching on. We want to help families meet their basic needs. That includes safe housing, that includes food security, and really get them from moving from day-to-day existence to really planning for a positive future. And then our third focus area is financial security. We really support education tools and job training programs so that families can have that financial freedom and that peace of mind and don't have to be living paycheck to paycheck. And we really wanted families to build a stronger future for their children. And then our fourth area, which again, you are no stranger to any of these, but certainly this one, community resiliency. You know that in times of emergency, including the wildfire, the flooding, government shutdowns, pandemics, snow loads, that United Way of Northern Arizona is here to help. And the way we do that is we marshal resources, we galvanize volunteers to be able to assist community members and really help with those immediate needs. So a little bit about our investment and our promise. The county's investment to help families in Coconino County is almost $119,000. And how do we do that? Well, we basically allocate that funding through our community investment teams. And you're familiar with this process. Some of you have been engaged in that, where we ask volunteers to actually review the applications. We have an RFP process. The teams review the applications. They conduct site visits. They score the programs based on a rubric. We ask for a very robust evaluation and reporting mechanisms. That's all outlined in their RFP. And then they recommend to the board of directors funding. So that's a very community-driven process. Some members of our board of directors may serve on those committees, but they are regular residents that serve on those teams, representative of the entirety of Coconino County, and they're the ones that make those recommendations. So we rely on them greatly. Now, a little bit about how the county's funding was invested. You'll see there that we've, on the next two pages, on page 10 and page 11, you'll see how the amount from the county was invested. And you'll see a very diverse group of programs that nonprofits have that were funded. And I just need to be very clear. We fund programs. We don't necessarily, we fund nonprofits, but it's their programs. Okay, so it's not just general funding to nonprofits. We fund specific programs that align with our mission and help us extend our mission. So a little bit about how we leverage county funds, because I'm very proud of this. We've worked very, very hard to leverage funds. With your $118,000 in 2023, in addition to that, we brought in $241,000 in grants in 24, $340,000. And then in 2025, we brought in almost $477,000 in grants. In addition to that, we raise approximately $100 million through individual donations from community members who give to the United Way campaign. So a little bit about the demographics. I thought it was very important for you to see how this is spread throughout, and you will see that, again, we have a very diverse group of residents, of clients that are served by the programs that we fund with the county funding and with our own resources. And I will say that these numbers do not include Flagstaff Family Food Center. Had that been included, those numbers were not available at this particular time. They will be available in June. But had we put that in there, the numbers would have been, even greater. But this is pretty much falls in line. If I compared last year to this year and look at the demographics, they're about the same. So again, about youth opportunity, just want to talk a little bit about our partner programs. We are we're strong proponents of early childhood development. We believe if you start young, then you instill that love of learning in children, and they will then progress through the pipeline of education and also still instill this aspiration of post-secondary education, whether it be training, whether that be a certification, community college, or university. We want children to reach their highest aspirations. But you'll see that we have over 3,000 books that were given to children. We have 950 volunteer hours that supported early child development programs and 280 children that received literacy supports. You'll also see here that we help parents and caregivers, and we provide them with resources and tools. And you'll see that we have a really incredible percentage here of over 81% of the parents or caregivers demonstrated an increase in knowledge or skill being parents and caregivers, which is really important. Positive youth development, I said I was going to come to this. Really excited about what we're doing with our youth. As you know, we actually define youth as ages 0 to 21. So when we talk about our youth, we know that youth need mentoring. You'll see that over 10,000 hours, the positive youth development programs, teamwork and networking experiences, and then STEAM, creative arts, physical education, and other health education programs. These are our United Way anchored programs that we're really proud of. The Dolly Parton Imagination Library, you know that kids ages 0 to 5 can sign up to get a free book for 5 years of their life. You'll see that over 2,000 children in Coconino County received those books. And you'll see that 11,000 books were mailed during the year. That program costs about $31 per child per year. So it's an incredible program for children to build their first library, and for parents to really begin to develop that love of reading. Our literacy fairs, you'll see that we served quite a few children through literacy fairs. This is a new program for us. We are partnered with Read On Arizona, who strives to make sure that children can read by 3rd grade. And so we had literacy fairs where we literally distributed over 1,300 books. This one is really exciting. I told you about this last year. We were going to have our Yes Summit and workshop, the leadership development workshops. We served 112 ninth grade students. The summit was held, we had one in October with students from the Grand Canyon, and then we held a summit in February with students from Flagstaff Unified School District. And so I will tell you that I was so pleased that a teacher wrote that the students that they brought said that it was life-changing for them, that it really expanded their horizons, and that they left feeling more confident and feeling better about themselves, and their self-esteem and self-concept certainly increased. Kinder Camp, I told you about that program already. You already know about it. That's our signature kind of flagship program of United Way of Northern Arizona. We developed that program. It is a trademark program, and we are seeing that this is going to be really a national model to prepare young people, kids before they enter kindergarten, who have not had any very limited preschool or are low income, and they're haven't had that experience in preschool, preparing them to enter kindergarten. And then this is exciting, Kinder Camp and Beyond. I will, as you know, one of the additions to Kinder Camp is that students who go to Kinder Camp get the free tuition waiver from CCC and NAU. Well, we figured out it's not enough just for them to have that tuition waiver waiting for them. We have to make sure they go through the pipeline and get that tuition waiver. So we just started a program, WellPoint, which is a health care provider. They just contributed $200,000 so that we could actually start Kinder Camp and Beyond. And what that is going to be meeting with families from 2024, when the tuition waiver started, to 2026, and developing individualized one-on-one meetings with families, seeing what do they need, seeing what are they able to stay in the community, take root in the community, what are the obstacles that they have, and how can they help their children and how can their families make sure that they stay here to take advantage of those tuition waivers. So it's following now the kids from Kinder Camp, which is really exciting. And of course, with that, connecting them with the resources, which is, that's the main reason for it. If kids now are in third grade, and we know that there's summer camps for kids in third grade, we will direct them with that information and help them enroll in that. If we know parents are struggling because they're underemployed, then we may send them over to, the county career center or to some other areas where they can get some assistance. So it's really providing that kind of hand-holding resource guide that that a lot of our families don't know where to turn to, and so they'll turn to us. Healthy communities, this is really exciting. Over 8 million pounds of food were distributed. Shelter nights, you can see that there. Several shelter nights, and then transportation rides that were provided, and bus passes provided, or transportation vouchers provided. And then financial security. This is where we're providing financial assistance and education to families to keep them in their homes. You'll see how many received that, over 100, over 200 received eviction assistance, and over 200 families received utility assistance. And then another component that we're bringing into our youth programs this year is that we're teaching youth. We have over 1,000 youth that participated in programs with a financial education component. And community resiliency, which of course we're all aware of. So during the Dragon Bravo fire and the White Sage fires, we partnered with other nonprofits at the Grand Canyon, especially the Grand Canyon Conservancy, to be able to provide funding. And we partnered with Coconino County Community Services to do this model of case management, to really work with families, not only to provide them funding, but to see what did they need as a result of being involved in the fires. And so we were able to distribute around $70,000 to the Grand Canyon, the residents who were affected by those two fires at the Grand Canyon. We also directed $50,000 in emergency funding during the government shutdown to really fortify food banks, and to also provide grocery store gift cards to schools so they could distribute them to children and families that they knew were in need. And that was really a lifesaver for many people, because they did not know how they were going to manage this process of the shutdown. So we are a lifeline in times of crisis. And now, just looking into the future, well, we'd like to see, of course, see this continued movement of elevate pre-K to universal pre-K. And so I have put here that we are really working on identifying funding sources and this government structure to move to a universal pre-K model. We're working with the city of Flagstaff and, of course, the county here, because you're critical in terms of being partners in this effort. And we'd like to talk to you more about our vision for that. And that's just a nutshell what we're doing. I can just tell you that we wouldn't be able to do this work without the county's partnership, and without the confidence that you place in us to be able to meet the community needs. And so I'd like to just open it up to any questions, but to please want you to hear how much we appreciate your partnership and your support.
The breadth and depth of the services you provide are absolutely fabulous for our community. But I got to tell you, my favorite is that teal and golden ticket.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, how cool is that? It's very, very neat.
And Madam Chairman, I just want to tell you that we also are looking at partnerships for our programs over in the Northeast. So for some of your fellow supervisors that have counties in the Northeast, we're looking for a similar partnership there. And we'll be able to have a final announcement at our community breakfast, which you all are invited to on April 30th. There'll be more on that partnership as well at that time.
Very good. We're looking forward to attending, as always. So,
Thank you.
Other comments, questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Liz, and thank you to the board that's out there for the work that you guys do. The teal and golden ticket, I know that is one of my favorite as well. And I know you previously had talked about the tracking. Now you guys are tracking this. Remind me what year we're in.
Sure. Well, we're just starting the tracking, but we are going to go back
Okay.
we just received funding to start doing this tracking. So we're going to go back to year 2024. So we'll start tracking 2024, 2025, and 2026. And we already engaged with NAU to do just contact those parents. And we have some preliminary information, which I'd love to get on a board agenda at some point to share with you. That report is just being finalized. I have a draft in my inbox, but we'll be able to see some trends and some things that families are indicating as to like what their needs are, what are some of the obstacles that they're facing. And so using that data now, we will begin to identify resources and we'll be able to broaden. We're going to be tracking 300 young people
Cool.
right now. And so we're going to go retroactive to 2024 when the first tilt and golden tickets were started.
Okay. Okay, that is going to be really, that's going to be good information. And you know, I feel like I knew this, but for some reason it just really hit today that we're going to have kindergartners that get these teal and golden tickets, okay? And then for whatever reason, their family has to move away. Is there any contingency plan on trying to reach other universities in Arizona, well, specifically the U of A and ASU, in trying to continue this education that they've already started on? Because it's of no fault of the children that they may not be able to take advantage of this.
Sure, and I think one of the things that a lot of people don't know about is the Arizona Promise, which basically, if you achieve a certain like grade point level, and if you've lived in Arizona your entire life, you literally could go to one of the universities, one of the 3 state universities, literally tuition free. And so I think, sure, I'd love to talk to the presidents of the other 2 institutions about this. But I also think that looking at our kinder camp students, because our program is now 21 years old, that have already gone through, that are now like 18, 17, even 20, I really would love to connect with them and say, do you know about the Arizona Promise? Do you know that you could literally go to on higher education tuition free? And so I think what happens is that it's hard to get information out and people don't know where to turn to. And so I think with us having already these students that we've worked with, we can at least impart the information to them and help them, seek their post-secondary education. And so, yeah, I think it would be a great idea. And I think now with Steve Peru on the Board of Regents, that's an excellent opportunity. And with my former affiliation with the Regents, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd love to see if we can expand that.
Yeah, that would be great, actually, because I do remember my daughter was a recipient of, I think it was called AIMS. This is basically the same thing, right? You meet those, the scholastic achievements and whatnot, and you get that. For whatever reason, I thought that was discontinued. So it's good news that it was not, but I also think it's a good idea if you guys do have a way to communicate this with previous campees, if you will. I think that'd be great to let them know that they do have that. So thank you, and thank all of you guys for what you do.
Thank you.
Other comments, members of the board? Sure. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Great to see you as always, and it's great to see all the good work that United Way does. I think of all the different organizations that we help support, I think United Way has the biggest amount and spreads it out the most of all the different organizations, and so we appreciate that and really love Kinder Camp. It's really cool, and how under your leadership it's grown into the teal and golden ticket. That's so special. Having gone to last year to visit and just hearing the impact on families is just amazing, and just look forward to seeing the program expand and working with you to help collaborate and make it even better. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Appreciate that. It is a very special program.
Any other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Liz, thank you for the update. It's just amazing how, I remember when it was like, we're transitioning to the national model. I was really concerned how that was going to happen and how it would roll out, but you really enhanced it. And so I really appreciate that, and your outreach and your creativity and being able to deliver services out into the community. So just want to appreciate you, the board. I know you have subcommittees also that really work hard. I mean, there's so many volunteers. United Way is made up of volunteers. So I just want to appreciate all of them as well. So this is great. I'm really appreciate that. So
Thank you. Thank you
Sup-
very much, Supervisor.
Supervisor Begay.
Hi, Liz. Thank you for the presentation, where you're so excited about all the accomplishments that you guys are all making. I just want to say thank you to you and the board and all other people that have interest in making this happen here. So I just want to say thank you. And it's a good program, and to really help our youth, that's the main focus, is to get them into the higher education, and hopefully, that they take advantage of it and that they excel. So, and guiding them and continuing to do that, that will happen. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
All right, hope you feel the love, and we appreciate all you're doing for United Way. So,
Appreciate it. Thank you so
All
much,
right.
and look forward to sharing with you some more at the breakfast.
absolutely,
Thank
we look
you.
forward to it as well.
Take care.
Members of the board, we've been here for a while. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, okay? And then we'll be right back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just real quick, we have 2 items left, Guidance Center and Creative Flag Staff, and we'll go in that order if it works for you. Guidance Center is online. So, thank you.
I think just because we can announce. Well, I mean,
Well, this has been a lot of fun running into so many wonderful members of our community that are also our friends and deliver so much for our communities. And it's great to look at the partners and all the exciting things that they're doing across Coconino County. So we're going to continue that because it's just so much fun. And our next up, I think, is Julie, isn't that right?
So we did have a little bit of a reshuffle.
Okay.
Now, currently presenting on Zoom will be Devin Forrest and Satchel Alvarado of the Guidance Center.
Oh, we're at the Guidance Center. Okay.
We are, yes.
All right, you all are here. You don't mind, do you? Please wait. We'll be with you in a minute. So, Guidance Center, great to see you, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. And appreciate it. Appreciate all you do, and looking forward to hearing from you.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for having us here today. We are going to talk about our crisis stabilization unit and the funding that the county has provided for us for the past several years now. Do you mind? Am I allowed to share my slideshow?
Please share it.
Great. So let's see. And just let me know if you can see what I want you to see.
We see it right now in the PowerPoint. You might want to there you go. Now we see it perfect.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. We had a name change to the unit a few years ago. I know we presented on this every year, but I like to make sure all the new folks know exactly what we're talking about. It's the Alcohol or Crisis Stabilization Grant funding that you all provide. Alcohol is one of the primary conditions that we see in need of detox services here at the Guidance Center, which we provide through this program. But generally, folks have a primary diagnosis that is of mental health concern. So you'll see on another slide where we kind of break down the diagnoses a little bit. For county fiscal years 25 and 26, we received a total of $78,800. And that, Satchel, correct me, is $39,000 per year, correct?
39,600. Yes.
Okay, 39,600 per fiscal year. So we broke down the funding over the 2 years and then extrapolated the data for 2026, so you can see there. Our crisis stabilization unit does the following things. It is a walk-in 24/7, 365 facility for individuals who find themselves in a mental health crisis or needing detox services. On the unit, we do provide medicated assisted treatment. I want to differentiate that from medical assisted treatment. That is something that the county has been discussing with a bunch of community partners. We do provide medicated assisted treatment. So sometimes that looks like Suboxone or Vistaril for individuals who are detoxing from fentanyl or other opioids or from alcohol. So we do those two things, but we do not do methadone. And there are some other conditions that we cannot support on this unit. Substance use is the primary reason people present, not necessarily the primary diagnosis for people presenting to the unit. We shower them immediately. We provide toiletries, more meals, comfortable clothes for them to hang out in. We assess them in our crisis unit. They have a nursing assessment as well, and then they see medical staff as appropriate every single day. So any person that comes on the unit stays up to 24 hours. We monitor them through the crisis episode. We provide medications as ordered by the physician, and we track their vitals. Our CSU nurse will work with the patient and engage them in services. So one of our primary goals from this program is to make sure that individuals have access to outpatient treatment services as a follow-up. A lot of these folks are known to us, but many of them are not. And if they are not known to us, we then engage them. We help them apply for benefits. We engage them with case managers who can enroll them into care, and we refer them to other safety net services. So funding impacts here, the way we've broken it down is to show you what the funding is per fiscal year, how many members we have served. And so you'll notice the number for 2026 is a partial year data. But if you look all the way to the right, we have prorated that number. So you can see that the county's contribution per member is about 1602 or will be about 1602 by fiscal year end for 2026. And it was 1572. For 2025 per member that presents to this unit. Primary diagnosis, as I mentioned, a lot of these folks have a different primary mental health diagnosis, but the reason that they're presenting is usually substance use disorder. So as you can see, schizophrenia has taken the lion's share of crisis stabilization. But you will also see that alcohol, amphetamines, and cannabis have shown up as primary diagnosis in many of these cases as well, indicating that there may not be another primary diagnosis. The age of the patient, by and large, 41 to 64. That's 41%. And then you'll see other adults in the age group of 26 to 40 and 18 to 25. We only see adults on this unit. We do not accept children. And then 5% are 65 and older. And you can see that the males do take the lion's share of our gender for population on the unit, with females coming not too far behind. Referral source, mostly self. Folks know of this service. They know it's available to them when they're in crisis, and 56% of them walk in of their own volition. Some of them are referred from NAU or CCC, from people that know them in the community, other healthcare providers. And as you can see, Taros, FMC, and Guardian are up there as well, at about
And-
almost 10% apiece. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just want to make sure these are voluntary folks that are entering this crisis stabilization program are voluntarily entering that. Is that correct?
100% of them are voluntary. Yes, it is an unlocked crisis unit. This is adjacent to our hospital unit, which has 16 beds, and that is a locked and unlocked. It's voluntary and involuntary. I'm sorry, it's all locked on the hospital, but they can be voluntary or involuntary. On this unit, yes, they must agree to receive treatment on this unit. Our outlook for fiscal year 2027, we do not have plans to grow. Program capacity as 7 chairs has proven sufficient. We average 4.4. So our capacity is not going completely used currently. So we have, on average, 2.5 chairs available on any given day. We do not have plans to scale back the program at all. And then we do want to note that there are alternative fund sources. We would not, the county's funds are used to help contribute and carry this program forward. We use state crisis funds through the mental health block grant managed by Arizona Complete Health, which is the REBA here, as contracted by Access, Arizona's Medicaid program. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
What is the average stay for someone in the crisis stabilization program or unit?
Those individuals do stay 24 hours generally. The maximum amount that they can stay is 23 hours and 59 minutes. We begin discharge as soon as they walk in the door, but generally we're seeing them at 23 and a half hours each episode.
And how many beds do you have for the program?
We have 7 currently.
7?
Mm-hmm. And they're chairs, just from a licensing regulation standpoint, they have to be chairs instead of beds, as it's a subacute / non-hospital program.
And then, let's see here. I think Medicaid, I know, is going through a lot of changes and some cuts. Is that going to impact the funding to this program or to of course, all your programs, but I guess right now this program is what we're talking about.
So the good news for this particular program is it is a crisis-funded program particularly, and there are still state crisis funds. We do not anticipate catastrophic cuts. Those are managed by our state budget, and so we do anticipate that those will continue. For our other programming, absolutely. We have seen a 25% decrease in Medicaid eligible populations, meaning that our population of eligible folks, since we are an 86% Medicaid shop, has decreased dramatically. The Guidance Centers programs have already been at risk over the years, and we imagine that 25% has already gone out the door. But we anticipate as of January 1st, when we see some HR 1 impacts, that we will continue to see a decline for Medicaid funding, and our eligible population will continue to decline.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, since the people walk in and they're there for 24 hours. Is it more like a detox center?
Yes, ma'am. That is the nickname for it. It does provide detox services and all of the wraparound services as well. There are some individuals that we cannot treat because our facility does not do medical care, emergency medical or emergency medicine. There are individuals who are excluded from this program based on assessment because their medical needs are too acute for this kind of programming. So they need to go then to the hospital. And that is where you're seeing a lot of discussion in the community about a service line that's missing.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and sharing with us about what this program does and how we fund it. I did have a question. As you know, we're both on the Healing Center Committee and looking at all other alternatives or other complementing programs to this program. Can you talk a little bit about the difference between this program? And I think you might have already mentioned it in your previous answer, but if you could talk about the difference between this program and the proposed health center model that we're looking at, please.
Sure. What I anticipate comes out of the needs assessment and any proposed service service array building or program building that we end up doing on behalf of the steering committee and all of the community members that are involved is that there will be some medical services. So right now, anything that goes below the skin, the guidance center does not manage. So those individuals that I indicated are too acute, too medically acute for the guidance center. Given that we can't do emergency medicine here necessarily, we do first aid and we do have doctors, we do have nurses, but we don't do IVs, and there are a lot of things we can't do immediately. Instead of deferring care over to the emergency room, I anticipate that this medical facility, medical detox facility, would be able to treat on site those individuals that are excluded from this program.
Great, thank you. And then the other question I had is based on the data that you showed on the primary diagnosis about alcohol. I was wondering, it says only 9%. Are these other diagnoses, how many of these other diagnoses have alcohol involved in that crisis situation?
I would say 80%, just loosely. So those diagnoses, we're only reporting primary on this chart, but the presenting concern for most individuals any given day is alcohol. It's alcohol and schizoaffective disorder or alcohol and schizophrenia generally.
Well, thank you for that clarification, because if you look at the pie chart, 9% of alcohol doesn't look like a huge problem, but once you hear about how it's a secondary problem to these other issues presenting, then it shows just the magnitude of the issue of alcoholism in our community. So thank you.
Correct. Yes, absolutely. And alcohol is our prevailing concern here.
I know you indicated you have 7 beds and, of course, chairs.
Mhm.
Do you have a situation, do you feel your program is large enough that you can handle? Do you have the capacity to handle the people who come to you, or do we need more?
We
Is
are
it
not.
underserved?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are not bursting at the seams. We have, out of 7 chairs, we have an average of 4.4 daily utilization. So we can handle more. The one thing that differentiates us is the fact that there isn't that medical service. So sometimes folks are too acute for our unit, but are appropriate for the hospital and more significant monitoring. And when I say the hospital, I mean the guidance center's hospital. And sometimes their medical condition is such that they need to go be seen by an acute medical facility, being the ED.
But the medical is involuntary, is that correct?
Correct. The hospital is involuntary. Our hospital. I'm sorry, let me correct that. You can come to our hospital voluntarily. It is a locked unit though. So once you become inpatient, we have a time frame to treat you before you're free to go.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I just want to thank you for the service you provide. You know, if people are in their in a situation where they have nowhere to turn, a lot of times they don't even want to go home, or they can't go home, and nowhere to turn, you're there to accept them. So I really appreciate that, and trying to help them through that process, and then hopefully they're able to change their lives for the better. So thank you. Thank you for that safety net that you provide.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really appreciate the presentation and that crisis stabilization unit is such an important part of our community. And I'm glad to hear you feel you have the capacity to serve the needs of the people in the community. So thank you. Any
Thank you,
other
Cindy.
comments, questions? All right. Thank you for appearing and being here with us this afternoon.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, with that, I think we are on to our final county partner. Last but not least, thank you so much for your patience. We have Julie Komnick from Creative Flagstaff.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. I'm also joined by a couple members of the Creative Flagstaff Board of Directors. At Creative Flagstaff, we're delighted to have the continued support of Coconino County for operations and programming that serves our extended community through exhibitions, performances, and educational opportunities at Coconino Center for the Arts. Today, I'll share how the $17,600 in baseline operations support has provided a foundation for our offerings over the past year, building momentum toward expanding our offerings with extended geographical reach countywide in the coming year. As a founding partner, Coconino County has been instrumental in the legacy of Coconino Center for the Arts since its inception in 1984, with a generous contribution of the Art Center facility in kind. CCA provides space, offers resources, and inspires collaboration, presenting creative endeavors across the arts, science, and scientific landscapes, while promoting creative expression and critical thought by reflecting the cultural diversity of our shared community. As demonstrated by CCA's 10 exhibitions over the past year that respond to the interests and issues relevant to Northern Arizona, with a combined total visitation of 8,500 visitors for exhibitions, workshops, and presentations across all venues. I hope this image looks a little familiar and you might be saying, wow, I've seen that over the years for a while. And we're bringing it back because we're delighted to share that over the past year, The Art of Water in the Southwest, which was produced at CCA back in 2020, was invited to the Seedvaki Museum, formerly the Pueblo Grande Museum in Phoenix, for a year-long exhibition that runs through July. So if you haven't been, go check that out. But we find it that's a real solid example of the reach and long-term impact of many of our programs and exhibitions that have specific relevance to the Northern Arizona community. Of course, last summer, we launched the Route 66 Centennial with a documentary photographic perspectives by Edward Keating and Wes Pope, along with Shades of Route 66, produced by the Klein Library Special Collection, celebrating diversity on Arizona's Mother Road. We felt like it was our job starting off the Centennial, asking the question, why is it important to study this history with relevance to culture and diversity at the launch of the Centennial? The exhibition, Shifting Topographies, Extracting the Landscape, responded to the potential threats to the preservation of our national parks and monuments due to the proposed federal reopening of protected sacred lands to mining. The artists provided unique insight based on their individual geographic and cultural perspectives. And then local artist and NAU art professor Neil Galloway, with Tin Can Conversations, explored the fragility and the complexity of interpersonal communication in the digital age. With our objective for audience development, we sometimes throw in a different type of exhibition. For miniature golf, which is a community favorite, brings new faces to CCA, and we do find that those patrons continue to come back and see our more content-based exhibitions. And county support enables the continuation of the annual county-wide youth arts exhibition. This year's youth arts exhibition featured a record of 510 art pieces by over 300 regional youth artists with free workshops and programs throughout the month of March. And we still have a quarter of the year left, so we have 2 more exhibitions to go, so a little preview. We're excited to wrap up the year with Ever Present with Guillermo Galindo and Jose Luis Sotero, offering timely perspectives of 2 Mexican artists whose work reflects upon their experiences of migration, and also Night Visions Amber. It's the 9th iteration, coinciding with the 25th anniversary of Flagstaff as the first international dark sky city, with a focused thematic exploration of amber lighting aligning with the critical role that amber spectrum lighting plays in Flagstaff and northern Arizona's dark sky conservation. And that's, of course, in partnership with the Flagstaff Dark Skies Coalition. Back to youth for a bit. With county funding, we've significantly expanded our youth offerings over the past year. In addition to the annual youth arts exhibition, we have free youth arts workshop offered with each exhibition year-round, along with exhibition-specific curriculum for youth and family engagement and free field trips for K through 12 schools. Over 800 children participated in CCA's youth programs in fiscal year 26. We also launched the summer session of creative camps for students who are to become immersed in the arts, with professional arts educators guiding their experience, exploring disciplines of painting, drawing, sculpture, and fiber arts. CCA's upcoming summer creative camps for June are already full with a wait list, and that's 102 student capacity. And with the support of sponsors and individual supporters, every family who requested a scholarship has been awarded a scholarship. During the break, I had the pleasure of talking with Supervisor Antiveros, who asked what the most exciting thing that's happened recently was. And of course, I said the CCA theater renovation is a huge highlight of this year. You've all experienced it by now. But essentially, with your support, CCA has a newly renovated theater. An immense gratitude towards that goes to the Coconino County Facilities Management Team for overseeing the installation of much needed new carpeting, and to Districts 1 and 2 and over 120 community individuals for sponsoring new theater seating. The refreshed theater offers a comfortable and contemporary venue for concerts, presentations, and community collaborations. And we are already seeing the results with increased interest not only from performers and audiences, but many of the recent concerts have been near capacity or sold out at a time when many venues are wondering if they're going to fill seats. And we really do attribute that directly with the renovated and refreshed space. So thank you. This year, CCA brought a greater diversity of performances with highlights including national acts such as Bruce Coburn and Jesse Valenzuela, and regional legends like Essie Willis, Ed Cabote and the Yotes, and Siasen. With a focus on creative workforce development, this year we continued free professional development workshops on 4 new topics to prepare artists for professional arts and cultural opportunities, reaching over 300 participants with paid professionals serving as workshop presenters. And our spring will wrap up with an array of community events, so please consider this a personal invitation to the events happening this spring. On April 25th, the 18th Annual Viola Awards will celebrate artistic excellence in our community, and May 1st through 3rd, Art X will transform Flagstaff into an immersive art experience. We feel that this focused work in our immediate community has traction more broadly, and looking forward, our priority is regional leadership. We're delighted that Creative Flagstaff was awarded, against the odds of federal funding reductions, an Our Town grant from the National Endowment for the Arts to support our expanded geographical reach to enable access to multidisciplinary arts programming to urban and rural communities countywide. The partnership will help strengthen communities through creative placemaking, specifically addressing barriers of transportation and infrastructure, and provide equitable access to arts and cultural programming while reducing climate impact. We've already launched the Inclusive Artist Registry, and we're working to build participation for visibility of regional artists for professional opportunities. We're building a network of cultural venues to increase visitation and strengthen local economies through cultural tourism, and continuing workforce development through professional training offered in person in different regional community centers and remote formats where accessible. Consulting for creative engagement and community development, and also exhibitions and programming support to expand CCA's regionally relevant exhibitions to partner venues and engage in co-generational programming for youth arts and creative aging across Northern Arizona. We hope that you recognize the commitment of Creative Flagstaff and Coconino Center for the Arts to serve the interests of Coconino County residents, and will consider a match for the NEA funding to fully realize the aims of this initiative. It would be meaningful and inspiring to have Coconino County be an integral part of this growth on a scale that will have lasting impact. I've had the opportunity to meet with several supervisors about ways to engage these efforts with the priorities of individual districts, and I look forward to continuing these conversations in the near future. Toward that, in closing, I'd like to extend an invitation for you all to join Creative Flagstaff's Community Partners Summit on May 21st, calendar invitation forthcoming. Thank you again to the support of Coconino County Board of Supervisors and the facilities management team. We look forward to continuing the collaboration, and I'd welcome any questions.
Well, the Viola Awards has some legend recipients. One of them, I think, is here with us.
I believe we have revealed the legacy recipients this year.
got it.
Yes, and Dr. Alice is a well-deserving legacy recipient, along with Chris Lugenbuhl.
And he was here with us earlier today.
Of course.
So we have two.
You got all the legacies.
Yes, we have two of our legacy winners. So congratulations. And of course, I just love everything that goes on there at Creative Flagstaff, and have been very fortunate enough to, for over the years, enjoying what you have to offer. But I have to say, the last couple years with the programming, with the exhibits, with the musical performances have really been outstanding. And I am also very excited about the new seating. My back isn't getting any younger, and really appreciate the new seating, and the carpeting is looking fabulous. And just want to thank you for all you do, and the forum that you provide, and the creativity that is born out of CCA and what you have to offer. So I want to thank you, thank your board, and looking forward to a continuing partnership, hopefully an expanding partnership with Creative Flagstaff and CCA, and excited to see what you're going to offer us in the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, members of the board? Yeah, Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you for the presentation and highlighting all the upcoming events. It's really exciting to see some of those different exhibits, and just really appreciate all the different artwork that is displayed and opportunities, and look forward to seeing the new exhibits coming this year. Thank you.
And thank you for being with us. You've ended our day. You can see there's, so I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you for your continued work. I really appreciate all the events and the art exhibits and other, just uplifting the art community. The artisans, they fly solo, you know, and they need that support. And where is that support? Where can they turn to for, you know, just because they're so concentrated and so focused on what they're creating, a lot of times they don't have this other side that they need, that what they need to move on forward. So they need that support, and you provide that. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And it's been a pleasure to see so many of you at our recent presentations and opening receptions and concerts and performances. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. So we will see you all again. So,
All right. Thank you.
including the Viola Awards. I know we're looking forward to that.
Madam Chair, members of the board, having consent, this completes our outside agency presentation run for this afternoon. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. In terms of the balance of the remainder of our day, we still have some legislative items, I believe, on the state side to discuss. We'll have Keith Breckus come down if you're up for it. And we can also go over planning calendar if you're up for it, and roundtable. We serve at your pleasure with that. So thank you. It was good to see everyone. Thanks, Kim. So
is he coming down?
Madam Chair and members, just briefly on federal legislation, I wanted to highlight that there's a couple forest bills that I think you all received an email this morning from Lucinda had forwarded from the Alliance. Most of those bills are bills that the county has supported. You may not have heard of them in name as they've been developed. They sort of move quickly. They're much smaller forestry type related issues, but are all fundamentally very good bills for the county. We have not yet engaged on the specific bill. I'm sorry, I don't have the number off the top of my head as Keith comes up on the firefighters' benefits. Because in general, we have always viewed that as not a parochial issue for the county, and engaging on benefits for that specific occupation, while it is effective and works for many of the issues that we have in disasters here, we also recognize that at times we end up at an opposite that industry as sometimes at the state and other places. So we're not saying we oppose that bill, but we certainly are looking at it to see if we should take a position on that and make a recommendation to you. There are a couple bills in that listing that Lucinda had sent out that just briefly, that did pass the same day the North Rim Restoration Act did. One is it directs the Interior Department to analyze where reforestation should be happening in those areas that are burned and such. That's a very good bill. It's a very small piece of legislation, but it is an incredibly impactful piece about how we maintain forest health and such. So we'll give you a better full rundown of those bills in the next coming week. But as hopefully the DHS funding problem hopefully will be figured out at some point here. The Senate is trying to talk about that. We will start to see the federal government move towards the FY27 appropriations, reauthorizations of different bills and such. Much of our Grand Canyon ask will be involved in that space. And so we want to give you some of these names up to speed in your lexicon of bills that you're going to see and hear people talking about. So I just wanted to highlight that. I know Lucinda had sent an email this morning that Government Affairs is aware, and they'll be prepared to have a little cheat sheet for you of where we're at on some of these bills, and then also some of the discussions we're having internally about making a recommendation to you on some others. And then I'll have Keith pop up. Ready.
All right, thank you for the update. And Keith?
Yeah, that was good on some of those federal bills that are going forward. The other thing I'll mention on the federal side is our federal lobbyists, Bob, Anna, and Tracy, have engaged with the Senate offices on our congressionally directed spending. We, of course, submitted 5 requests and then 2 programmatic requests. My understanding, too, is there might be good news in the transportation space, because last time, I think Kelly's office supported a large project that was a $20 million project somewhere. They're not going to do that this time, which might mean that they can spread the wealth a little further. So that, from my understanding, for what Bob and Anna said, they're looking pretty favorably so far at that Belmont Traffic Exchange project. It doesn't guarantee anything, and certainly they have, I think they had over 400 submissions or something like that, so there's no guarantee of anything, but I know we're doing everything we can to make them aware of our projects, and my understanding is on an initial first read that they'll probably give them some serious consideration, and they'll be up to the Appropriations Committee too, where they're going to go. I think there'll be maybe some challenges in public safety and stuff, because everybody has, that's a pretty heavily subscribed account now, because people know that this Congress is looking for those kind of projects. So I think people have pivoted to submitting those. But on the positive side, as more people have gone over there, I think they've probably received fewer transportation projects in some of the other areas that traditionally are oversubscribed. So it's a little bit of, I guess, up on the hill playing whack-a-mole or whichever, sometimes one account from a previous cycle is oversubscribed, and then people learn that, and then they overcompensate and leave an opening there. On the state level, I think there's a couple things, and I did talk to Karen earlier, and it's possible I can talk to people privately, but if you're going down to CSA next week on Thursday, we may want to do a last-minute push either on Wednesday or Thursday with our lawmakers, meet with them individually, to try to we're trying to work with the governor's office to get budget burbs in there for our two requests, the one about wildfire insurance and reform there, and then the other one with the flood mitigation. And so anything we can do to meet with some of the leadership or to meet with the governor's staff, if we can set stuff together, we'll work to make that happen. If that's not a possibility or people aren't going to be there, we can work on different ways to do that. But we're kind of most of the legislative session is done in terms of crossover week is passed. And so most of the things that are still alive are only like appropriations bills, or in rare cases, if people want to do a strike or put something, but otherwise, most of the conversations now are about what goes into the budget. And so our legislative pieces, in many cases, have sort of turned into budget asks, that the priority is there, but the bills themselves didn't pass in their bill form through both chambers. The one downside, I think, is the short-term rental bill. It did very well in the House. It got a 37-14 vote there. It was not heard in the Senate, and I'm not sure where that's going to go from here this cycle. But I do think the one thing that did happen is it made it much further along in the process than it ever has before. So it's just a matter of time, I think, before they eventually do take that up. Did you have a?
Just briefly, I think, Madam Chair and members, I think to help prime the next week conversation and scheduling, it'd be helpful to know who plans to go to CSA. Then we can look at which members we need to be talking with and talk with Karen about relationships and who would be some of the best carriers of that information. So if you're all five planning to go, that's great. But if some of you aren't planning to go, we don't want to start scheduling anything for you to be there. So.
And I'd just like to point out, I am running for reelection for the WIR board. And so if you are not going, would you please make sure that we have your proxy for voting? Appreciate your vote. So thanks.
So we'll connect with your DDs, but that'll be sort of crucial to the whether or not we're scheduling these meetings, who's available to go to some of these other meetings at the Capitol or the day before. We'll work with your schedule and we're able to do.
I don't usually make election predictions, but I'm hoping for a landslide there on the WIR board.
I'm hoping
unanimous,
so.
maybe.
I'm hoping
it's a bipartisan slate with Woody Klein also there, so should make everybody happy, we hope. Otherwise, beyond that, I don't have anything else unless people have questions or follow-up comments.
No, just kind of keep us informed on what's going on down there. So
great, thank you.
There are a lot of bills that are going to affect schools that are being passed.
Yep.
And from my perspective, my opinion, bad bills that I think will start to matriculate back up to the county, and there'll be a question that'll be posed. What's the county doing about this in some way? So I think you all need to be prepared that there are bills that will affect the school district's polity, their process and their policies and such, but also then funding. Certainly, whatever you may think about education funding, the point is that when there is a subtraction or a void, someone gets turned to ask, what are you going to do to help fill that? So I would be prepared that some of those questions may be looked at a county. So I don't counsel that's wise on those folks' part, but that's how mission creep happens.
One other thing that I guess I should flag is we will be monitoring how many bills get through the process that get passed to the voters. So there should be some SCRs and HCRs that, the legislature has moved to a strategy where if they think the governor's going to veto a bill, some of those bills they will consider sending to the voters and having them decide. Usually they'll write a bunch of those, but then the number that they actually put on the ballot shrinks down to a handful, like 6 or 10 or something. But I do believe there's a strong possibility that they might do some election bills in that space, and some of those are potentially problematic and adding much additional burden to the county. For example, the one that requires on-site tabulation at every polling location. We hope that one at the very least gets modified before it gets passed to the voters. But if it goes in its current form, it would be a tremendous expense on the county. So that one we'll be watching closely.
Any other comments, questions? All right, thanks, as always, Keith. Appreciate it.
Chair, members of the board, I believe that concludes our legislative affairs update. The next item would be County Manager, Regional Administrative Matters. With that, our planning calendar covers essentially a lot of those matters.
And we've gone over the planning calendar ad nauseum, and there is so many events on that planning calendar that we all have a paper copy of. And so if you feel you need to go through it, I'd appreciate it if you would just focus on the new items that may have been added to it. Otherwise, quite frankly, I think we've gone through it and I think we know it.
Thank
We're
you.
going to be very busy the next couple
Yeah,
weeks.
I don't feel compelled. I think you all know your schedules. Kudos to Lindsay and Val and Nico for keeping the calendar updated. If you need paper copies, let us know. I don't know that I need to go through it. If you have any questions with your schedules, please let me know, and we'll help manage and coordinate the best we can.
All right, any comments or questions on that? All right.
There's no question it is spring, and we are busy.
Oh,
in a good
this is
way.
the
We are
busiest spring
representing-
I recall. So,
representing Coconino County.
yeah.
So remarkable, fantastically well. So thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Budget's coming up. Thank you for the reminder. Our kickoff is April 20th. We as staff on today is Tuesday, on Thursday, we'll have a pretty solid draft within ourselves ready for our presentation to you on the 20th. And we want to go over the state of economic affairs, how we're tracking sales taxes, state shared sales taxes, how the fire last summer impacted what the sales tax revenues have looked like over the holiday season, compare those trends to previous years. And really, we've built our budget recommendation to you when you meet with departments off of those planning scenarios and that financial forecast. So really, we're working with departments. We met with the sheriff's office yesterday to fine-tune their budget recommendations. Very healthy meeting. We're meeting with as you know, the assessor's office as well as some of their recommendations. So really working through some fine-tuning, and really wanted to set it up so we, as manager and staff, can make a good recommendation to you as, bless you, as the board members and your fiduciary responsibility, bless you, with spring, with April showers comes sneezing.
No, this is probably also
flowers.
one of the worst allergy seasons.
Maybe we should.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be in the same room.
Yeah, but we're on the budget. We're really we really are excited about our recommendation to you. And then as departments and elected officials meet with you, that gives a baseline for those discussions. As you have questions, challenge us as staff, and we'll work with departments to get to that best fact-based decision making. So we're very excited for the process. It's a huge part of our culture here at Coconino County, and I believe a good part of our culture.
And I appreciate getting the budget books in such a timely fashion. Really appreciate that and all the effort that took. All right, any other comments, questions? Members of the board, next is a roundtable. We can hold off on it unless somebody has burning desire to provide information. Otherwise, it seems like it's been a long day, and it's only 10 to 4, so.
I will.
Yes,
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Fowler.
So I just want to report that yesterday we met with our IRS team. They came out and they did an audit on our VITA program. This is the VITA program director from Phoenix, and then the regional or territory director from Las Vegas. And we got 100% compliance. So we are moving on, and we've done a great job. I want to thank all our volunteers. I just want to also, oh, and then we had our ambulance delivered to Fredonia. And on April 15th, last day for tax, we are going to have our 14th annual First Responders Colorado Plateau Networking Meeting in Page. And that is for all of we work with all of the law enforcement, dispatchers, firefighters, rangers, all law enforcement, all the first responders come together, and we have a meeting. And I want to thank our sheriff and Emmon for presenting as well. And there's we also have Glen Canyon that's also going to do a presentation. So one of the issues we have in our region is like Grand Canyon and other places is people decide to jump off into the canyon. So we're working on a project over there. But anyway, I think those are my just my updates right now, and that's where we're at. All right, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? So, all right, well, we hope that the end of the world doesn't start tonight. And hoping for the best in our country and for the countries around the world. So with that, let there be peace.